because I'm almost done with this drawing. Um, yeah, actually, you can just start with Pridwin if you want, and then you can just text me about things that are going to be happening, behind the scenes before it
Yeehaw.
happens.
Bredwin,
Mm,
as I stated in the general chat, all of you were given rooms upon your arrival to Anessa's Forum. It
mhm.
is within you and Lunala's room that you awaken. Sans your wife, who is still not come back after Rila took her. After you just gave your unconscious wife to a witch you don't know, and she walked off. Yeah, you're in your room well, not by yourself, you got Bandit. Bandit is sitting in front of the door on his butt, doing that weird human sit they do, and staring uncomfortably, like longingly at the door.
He is like trying to remember where he is for a minute.
Jeez, the Joe Biden, where the fuck am I? As he sits up.
God. He looks over at Bandit and he says, "Don't worry, she'll be back."
Bandit gives you a disdainful look and smacks the door once with his hand.
Do you want to go outside?
He needs a
smacks
walk.
the door twice.
Very well. Pridwin will pull himself out of bed and then head over and open the door.
You open the door, and the second you do, he scurries up on you and tries to tuck himself between your neck and your armor again.
He can probably curl up under his cape.
He will do that if that's the case. Like, he's trying to look out. He's not trying to completely hide himself. Like, he is definitely looking for something, but he is also terrified.
Could also sit on Pridwin's hat.
Very uncomfy with the entire situation.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So, yeah, you go outside. You are in, like, the guest wing, where kind of all of your rooms have been bulked together.
He, looks over to Bandit and says, "Do you want us to go check in on her?"
Bandit huffs.
Is that a yes or a no?
Stamps his foot impatiently.
Very well. Pridwin's going to head back to where he gave Lunala over.
You walk down the hallway and immediately get lost. You don't even remember coming into this hallway, to be honest. You find yourself somehow, it's actually quite easy to find yourself back into quote-unquote the library, but this whole place is a massive library, so you have no idea where you're at. You're in...
Where the fuck am I?
Where the fuck am I? You're in one of those, kind of like the first picture I posted in the face claims, which is like a really picturesque area leading out into one of the courtyards. And I will tell you the same thing that you notice as you are close to this courtyard. It's almost like the courtyard is a terrarium. All of these plants and non-native species are thriving here, but you don't see any glass that goes over top, and you get the sense that there is a lot of magic keeping everything thriving here. Speaking of magic, you also hear the internal screaming of your ancestors, because this castle is emanating with very powerful souls, including multiple witch souls.
Can you all please just calm down?
There is no status change.
Pridwin's just like rubbing his temples. And he's going to he's gonna see if there's like a map, like a fucking like a mall map.
There's not. But there are many people walking around. Like, this place is inhabited by a lot of people. And I will say that pretty much everyone that you see in the face claims is somewhere around here if you're wanting to find them. In fact, the only person you're not seeing as you're perusing is Rila, the witch that you gave your wife to.
Pridwin's just going to like try and go up to the nearest person who doesn't seem like they want to be left alone. And ask if they know where Rila is.
Who doesn't look like they want to be left alone? Okay.
Who looks like
Let's do
they would
this.
be the least upset with my presence?
So the last picture I posted, the girl with the long fishtail down the side, in the whitish kind of day dress, she is actually walking out of a room. She seems to be like not in a hurry. She's going somewhere, but she has a very gentle demeanor about her, and you don't sense any crazy powers emanating off of her. In fact, she looks very human. She doesn't look like she could hurt a fly, to be honest with you.
Excuse me?
She looks up and then looks around because she seems surprised that you want to speak to her.
I was wondering if you would happen to know where, Rila is?
I'm sorry. I don't. I'm sure that one of the others would be able to help you.
Ah, well, I apologize for disturbing you.
No, it's quite alright. I didn't have anything to be doing. I was just checking in on Akara. You actually glance in the direction that she's come from, and you see Solon having a conversation with a girl in an oversized shirt. The girl is holding... I'm trying to remember if this happened before or after. There is a book in one of her hands. I would like you to roll me a perception check to see if you can see what's in it.
Oh, okay. Whoop. 13?
Is that high enough? Let's see. Okay. It's some kind of sword that has been sketched. That's not what catches your attention. What catches your attention is the fact that you think, you're not sure, you thought you saw a Apollyon symbol on the sketch.
Wait, what the fuck?
I should probably go see if I can find Apollyon.
Yeah, Solon is the first person from your team that you've seen.
Pridwin will wave politely at Solon.
Solon does not notice you. He is completely enamored with the girl in front of him.
Is it okay if I tell him?
Go ahead.
He found new best girl.
Oh boy.
He's convinced Iskara's dead and has already found himself somebody else, just in case.
Wow.
That was my
Damn.
response, but I also live for the drama, so if I can have him sweet on this girl and have Iskra show back up and put them in the same room together, I am going to thrive off of the discomfort emanating off of him. So I'm just letting it happen.
God. Just dropping him into a love triangle.
Bro, I live for this shit. What do you mean? Of course I'm gonna drop him into a love triangle.
God.
Yeah, anyways. I will not let you at this time join Akara and Solon's conversation, just because that already happened.
Yeah. Yeah, that happened, so for continuity.
Yeah.
She starts walking again.
Redwin's going to look over to Bandit and say, we're going to have to do a bit of a detour.
Bandit, stamps his foot a little bit.
I'm sorry, but
He then, like, pauses for a moment, and then he points at his mouth, and then does the grabby fingers.
Pridwin pulls out some food and offers it to him.
What is the food?
He's going to offer a strawberry candy.
Bandit begrudgingly takes it, and then sits there and tries to figure out how to work the wrapper.
And Pridwin help him with
Bandit
the wrapper.
yanks it away from your hands, glares at you, and then tries to figure out the wrapper by himself again.
You know, you could just ask me
Bandit
for
shoves
help
the
with that.
entire thing, wrapper and all, into his mouth.
That isn't going to taste good.
He does that, like, dog peanut butter lick thing, where it's like the full open mouth licking the roof of your mouth type of lick. Like, he does that. Like,
Are you
3
just
or 4
chewing?
times.
Chewing at the wrapper?
He wrinkles his nose, and then, like, out of nowhere, he spits the wrapper out, and the candy is gone.
How? Sometimes you frighten me.
He does the weird dog lick the roof of his mouth again, wrinkles his nose, and then straightens up and looks around.
Pridwin's going to head back to the dorms.
Okay, you start going back in the
the
direction
guest
of
rooms.
the guest rooms.
He's then going to walk into his room, lean his head out the window, and call Apollyon's name.
Ah yes, the ancient summoning ritual!
Yes. It works quite effectively. Apollyon slowly, begrudgingly walks towards the window.
I would like you to understand that the room that Pridwin is in is like 4 or 5 stories off the ground.
That doesn't stop him. He climbs up the wall.
Oh my god, okay.
Apollyon is always outside the window.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere, you see one little black paw reach over the window ledge, smack onto the ledge. Another paw reaching up over, smacking on. The cat pulls itself up onto the ledge, panting hard.
Ah, good. I knew you'd be here.
Bandit
What is
peeks
it?
over Pridwin's shoulder to look at you.
I saw a girl with a book, and inside the book there was a depiction of a sword with your symbol on it.
What did you say?
A sword with your symbol on it.
That would be... I only own one sword. Who did you see have this?
Yeah, who did you say was the one with the book?
The girl in the oversized shirt that Solon was talking to.
I believe her name was Ikara?
Akara.
Solon was speaking with her, but I don't think he was paying attention to the book.
Interesting. Well, I appreciate you bringing this to my attention.
Of course.
How's... What?
Also, perchance, you didn't happen to see the, a witch wearing all purple?
Witches tend to like the color purple.
She had a moon symbol on her hat.
Oh. I
Uh,
guess.
name was, Rila.
I haven't, but I can scout around if you'd like.
That would be nice, because I'm trying to find her because she is with my wife right now.
Ah, yes, I will, I will help. Is there anything else you need?
I do not believe.
Well, would you like to come with me while I look for your wife?
Yes, I think that it would also be easier too if we run into the girl again. I can tell you the one who has the book.
Very well. He enters the room and follows alongside him.
Okay.
Edwin will once again head back out towards the direction that he was going.
Okay, so you guys go back out. Like I said, there's a
Mhm.
lot of people around doing things. In fact, you see Solon walking off by himself at some point. The girl from before with big glasses and the stack of books as big as she is, she's sitting at a table with mountains of books around her reading. The boy with the dark hair and glasses is working in a notepad and at the index book. Heidel is still relatively close to where you saw her. What do you guys want to do?
I'm just gonna look around for the color purple and white. That belongs to his wife.
Oh, I was like, alright, because that doesn't narrow it down at all.
God.
Because, like, if I'm not mistaken, aren't Sokolov's colors are blue and purple, so purple would be everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Pridwin, you feel something odd.
Oh no.
It feels like for a moment, your energy is being sapped. You feel sluggish, extremely tired, and irritated, and then it is gone.
Oh, that's not good.
Would you like to focus in on that feeling?
Yeah.
You stop walking. You pause and you try and focus on where you felt that, and you realize it's coming from your ring.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna try and sort of attune to that and see if he can feel a pull in a specific direction.
You do. You are being pulled to the south.
I think I know where Lunala is.
Oh, please do guide me.
Pridwin will start heading south. Still trying to kind of channel through the ring to see if the direction changes at any point.
You are not good at this, like Douglas is. You haven't really used this much, so you're not very practiced. So it takes you a while to figure out what the hell's going on. But eventually, you get to a point where one of the courtyards opens up, and the water that is flowing all around and over these edges of these cliff sides, and they move freely throughout this castle. The waters form a deep pool in which there are like non-native koi fish and lily pads and all those types of flowers. And in the center of this pool, which is a ways out, this is a big pool, your wife is floating motionless. in the waters.
Oh,
Is that normal? Should she be doing that?
that would be normal for me, not her.
Oh, shit.
Fridwin's going to head over
You take a step
swiftly.
forward. The moment you go to touch the water, you feel an immense pressure, as if someone has put a hand, or rather 2 fingers, and jabbed you in the chest bone and pushed you back.
Mm. Lunala?
She's not ready. You hear a voice from somewhere in front of you. You realize the person is hovering above the water. That's why you didn't notice them at first. They're hovering above Lunala.
Rila, may I ask what's going on?
You asked me to deal with her. I am dealing with her. But you will prove more of a distraction. She has a hard enough time paying attention as it is, she says, directing her attention down at Lunala, who is motionless in the water still.
I see.
I'm sure you can make yourself useful elsewhere, the witch says, waving a hand at you. Kind of in a shoo motion.
If you insist, I just wanted to check in on her.
She is still alive. For now.
Fridwin doesn't like that statement. Well, Apollyon, I suppose we should get going.
I suppose so. He will follow after.
Okay. Where are you going?
Her question. Apollyon is sort of like, he seems distant, so he's
Apollon's
he's sort of
struggling
following
right now.
around like, yeah, he's sort of following around like a zombie.
Are you doing alright?
I have been better.
Would you like to share?
Abaddon was attacked by something.
Abaddon?
Yes.
You
heard.
take a minute to think, and you realize you haven't heard hardly anything from the often psychopathic maniacal scythe that Apollyon carries around. In fact, you can count on your fingers the number of times that you've heard her speak since you got here.
Is she alright? When...
Not currently.
I
it was-
mean, how did she even get attacked? It's kind of difficult to attack a weapon that's always in weapon form.
It was a psychological attack on her spiritual form by Yaldabaoth.
I see. And is she alright?
She's recovering. I pulled her out. She was almost completely shattered, but I managed to break her free.
And you said Yaldabaoth did this.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how?
Not sure. I have been more fragile lately. I think she invaded through the cracks.
I see.
Also, the fact that he said she should be a bit of a...
Yeah, Pridwin looks a little confused.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, people have been psychically communicating with you a lot more than is normal.
Yeah, I've seen better days since we got here.
Clearly. I think you need to take a break.
I would like that.
I mean, when was the last time that you just sat down and didn't do anything?
Oh, sorry, hold on. I haven't had a break in honestly months, ever since the werewolf incident.
Ever since the werewolf incident. Apollyon! You can't be pushing yourself You can't be pushing yourself that much.
One sec. Alright. I was sent to be the mentor of this group, and I took my position seriously. Though, now it's beginning to come back to bite me.
Well, even if you were supposed to be our mentor, you still need to be able to relax once in a while.
This is true.
I mean, if you keep pushing yourself this badly, then eventually you're just going to snap, and that wouldn't be good for anyone.
For Abaddon's sake, however, I cannot rest until she is healed, so I have to give her some time before I myself can rest.
Perhaps resting would be helpful to her too.
Sure.
I mean, how long has she been out of commission?
What was that?
How long has she been out of commission for?
As far as I know, probably as long as we've been here. Last time I talked to her, we was in that church with the statues.
Then perhaps some time out and about might do her some good.
True.
If she hasn't been around people, being able to annoy them constantly, then perhaps that's what she needs.
Hold on. Okay. You're right. There was one thing that I know that she likes. She likes when I read stories to her.
Well, we're in a library.
I suppose I'll find something. She has very unique tastes, however.
How unique.
Have you ever read a Grimm fairy tale?
Oh, yes.
It's like that, but worse.
But worse.
Like more torture.
I see. Well, apparently, the witches have some regarding my family that might fit the book.
Hmm. I would be interested.
Here, Pridwin pulls out a couple books and offers them to him. I took a couple of them.
Hmm. All right. He will oblige. Um,
Sorry, I'm making him answer questions while he's having a conversation with you.
You're good.
Soma does no things. Yes. Sorry, I'm answering questions for stuff I had. What is it? Questions about.
You're good.
Yeah.
Though I suppose before you go off to read fairy tales, we should probably find Ikara so that we can take a look at that book.
Sorry, I didn't hear that last part. I'm splitting my brain between two things. What'd you say?
Before you go reading fairy tales, we should probably go look for the girl who has the book that has your sword in it.
Absolutely, let's do that.
Does Pridwin see her around? Or did he see her around at all on our way here?
I mean, you saw, like, the direction that she and Solon were.
Pridwin will probably head over in that direction then.
Hold on, I'm trying to think. Okay, so you're walking back in the direction that you know, came from. And you end up walking into the room that you saw Solon and the girl talking in. Now, this room is like the second picture I posted. It's one of these. There's a lot of these areas in the castle where it's one specific kind of circular room and all of the walls are shelves. And at the end of the platform that stretches out into the center of the room, there is one giant index book. And you see the girl from before in the oversized shirt. She is sitting against the base of this index station, and she has a book open and she is thoughtfully looking at it. And then she's thinking, and then she begins to sketch some more, and then she shakes her head and corrects herself.
And there she is.
He's going to slowly walk up to her and basically be like, "Excuse me,
Hmm? She looks up.
that book of yours with the symbol,
She blinks.
the sword."
Which? She blinks again. Do you know where you are?
Apollyon pulls
She
out.
lifts a hand up and kind of points, and you see the giant index book on the table is closed, and there's a title on it that says basically something to the effect of a full account of all known demon weapons since, and there's like a date.
What's the date?
Like thousands of years ago.
Ah, yes. Okay. He looks at it. He says, "I'm thousands of years old."
She
That has to
squints
be.
at you.
He says, "Thank you." He walks over to the book and grabs it.
You can't take the index off of the platform. It is stuck to the platform.
Oh shit.
Do you try and open it?
Yes.
You flip the first page. It is a blank page.
Excuse me. He flips it again.
You flip more pages. They're all blank. The girl sitting on the floor, who is still sketching in the book, murmurs, "That's not gonna work."
What sorcery is this?
She kinda erases a line and redraws it. "Sorcery." She repeats very obviously.
Okay, I've only known one person who is able to do this. Is this just common? Is this common to just have empty books? I don't like this fact.
She sighs, shuts the book loudly, and hops to her feet and turns to look at you. "Unless you're a keeper, you can't use a keeper's index."
I see. Well, there's a very specific part of... I'm looking for a book that has a specific symbol in it.
You're gonna have to be more specific. There are literally hundreds of thousands of books with symbols.
That's exactly what I was. That's what I was going to do. He pulls out his infamous notepad and he shows her Apollyon's rune.
She stops. "This can't be a coincidence."
Well, I was thinking the very same thing.
"The white-haired boy was interested in the same thing."
Solon.
"Yes."
He's a teammate of mine. Why was he interested in this?
"He wanted to know about the sword that had this symbol."
The sword.
Her
Stillpiercer.
wings spread from behind her. Large, beautiful, brownish black wings, and she lights off the center platform and flies over kind of to the right to one of the shelves, pulls a book from it very carefully, and returns, landing her wings flourishing beautifully behind her. She, without looking, opens the book and turns the page to face you, and you see what is the beginning of a sketch. Similar to basically it's the beginning of a sketch, starting with the handle, the pommel, the base of the sword, and then it kind of stops there, and you do see Apollyon's symbol and
But he also
the
sees
eye shape.
It would be the skull on the hilt.
Yeah.
Yeah. He looks at it. And
It
says,
was. This is, just to be clear, this is the sword Axel was wielding.
The sword Axel was wielding, so
Yes.
that would not be Stillpiercer. Okay.
That's why I was like, "Skull, wait a second." No,
Yeah.
this is in fact not that sword. This is the sword
Okay.
Axel has been wielding.
Okay. And he looks at it and he says, Yaldabaoth? So that's the weapon.
I will also tell you, you see the same thing that Solon saw. Underneath this sketch, there are a few words. There's a date and a dash and the number 6. Underneath of that, you see a very freshly written, with your keen eye, the word wielder, and then a dash, and next to it, Axel, ? You see the word boy, and you see in quotations, unstable.
Has there been any sightings of the wielder of this weapon?
Yes.
I would like to know. I will trade information.
I'm sorry, but I don't have much to give you. She grabs the book, and you notice this is on like the very first page of this book, and she thumbs the pages, and you see the rest of them are blank, waiting for something to be put on them.
When was the last time he was seen?
The only time that he's been seen was this date. She points to the date underneath the picture. It is several years ago.
I see. Well, thank you. This was much needed.
I would advise you to stay away from him, whoever he is.
He's just a boy parading around with my power.
He also killed 6 of us.
And that
on
is why
his own.
That is precisely why I'm hunting him. Well, other than I didn't know that, but he's dangerous. And having stolen my power, it is corrupting him. I have to stop it.
Well, if you do somehow manage to do that, I'd very much like to get a look at the sword again. She returns the book to the shelf and then comes back and sits down. And you see her flip open the book that she was working on and starts sketching. And Pridwin, you will notice the sketch she's working on, the weapon looks familiar to you.
Oh? Is it the shield?
No. It is Xavier's weapon form.
Oh.
It is in process, but she seems to be struggling. There's also a rough sketch of what his face kind of looks like a side profile. She's very good. But it makes it look like she hasn't gotten to see much of him as an example, and so that's why she's struggling. She's grumbling to herself now. She's trying to decide on whether this line needs to be more sharp or not.
Apollyon is going to go with Pridwin to find those books. And he's probably going to read stories to Abaddon.
You're gonna read stories to Abaddon? That's adorable.
Yeah. It'll quell her.
Pridwin will lead him over to where he found all the fairy tales.
Okay, so you guys, you're in the fairy tale section, kind of hanging out.
Which one did you recommend?
Well, there's that one over there. He points over to one. That one is about Sanguine. It's a particularly brutal retelling.
But it's a brutal retelling, but it's like a first grade level children's story with happy pictures, but they're really gory happy pictures.
That seems up Abaddon's alley.
It really does.
I will take that one. We will certainly do that.
So I'm trying to figure out how all of this is gonna go down, and I think I have decided. So bear with me if this is rough, but I'm gonna say it. So you guys, you're gonna read to Abaddon for a little bit. And while this is happening, Pridwin, what are you doing while story time is going on?
Good question. He's probably going to continue perusing books.
Okay, you're perusing books. When you get a spine chill.
Oh boy.
It's weird. There's a very powerful soul that has just entered the area. This seems familiar to you. Which doesn't really make sense.
Apollyon?
Yes.
Somebody's here.
That narrows it very little.
Somebody very powerful that feels familiar.
It is about this time that someone approaches you. Urgent footsteps coming towards you. And you see the second to last picture I posted, Gilles, you don't know his name yet. He walks up to you hurriedly and clears his throat. I apologize for the intrusion, but I need to speak with you urgently.
Of course. What is it?
Your presence has been requested.
By who?
Just follow. He turns around.
Okay.
And bring the blue one with you.
Bridwin looks down at his armor.
He can't tell that you're blue. You have your armor on.
There's a couple of blue ones.
The one with white hair.
Lunala.
Is that her name? I'm yet to meet all of you.
Yes, I can go get her, but she's preoccupied at the moment.
Not for long, she isn't.
Very well. I'll take you to her. And Pridwin will look over to Apollyon and say, hopefully I'll be back soon.
Alright, just come over and holler if you need me.
Of course.
Abaddon, who has been listening to your storytelling, looks at you and goes, you really want to miss this?
Well, if I sense any of the souls fluctuating, then I'll go check.
Alright, I guess. I mean, I kind of wanted to watch, but it's fine. Whatever. You're a good storyteller, I guess.
Alright, I'll go. He closes the book and begins walking.
You walk back out to the area where Rila was, and they are still there. Lunala seems fitful in the water. The ripples are moving across the surface, and Rila is shaking her head. No, you are focusing too much on the physical aspect. You need to draw the power from the source. Gilles kind of raises his hand and she goes, not now! Pointing at him without looking.
I'm sorry, but we have something urgent that she needs to be a part of.
Not as urgent as this, she says, still focused on Lunala. Gilles glances at you.
Rila, I appreciate what you're doing, but I think that she could use a break.
Immediately, you feel that energy rushing towards you threateningly, as if something is about to scoop you up in its jaws and crush you. It doesn't touch you, but it is looming.
This is important.
Rila sighs, finally allowing her focus to shift toward the two of you. What is it?
Redwin looks over to Jaelus.
Gilles clears his throat. I'm under orders. Rila sighs. Just give her back to me in one piece, she says. Lunala all of the sudden, it's like she startles awake, and then she sinks immediately. There's this little shriek as she disappears under the surface of the water.
Ridwin's immediately going to dive in.
You take a step towards her and you feel that pressure again. Rila moves her fingers and Lunala is suddenly brought back to the surface. She is hovering above the surface of the water for a moment, flailing a little bit, and then she gets her bearings. Rila kind of twitches her fingers a little bit, and Lunala slowly moves toward the surface of the water, and then she steps on it and stands on the water. She lets out a shaky breath. She looks exhausted. She looks frantic. She looks stressed and confused. And then she sees you. And her face lightens a bit. And she starts across the water towards you. Stumbling at the very end onto the solid ground, she grabs onto you.
Ridwin will pull her into a hug.
You feel the weariness on her. She's tired and frustrated. The same thing you felt emanating from your ring earlier. Gilles, watching the two of you for a moment with a kind of indiscernible emotion on his face, he straightens a bit and begins walking. You'll need to come too, Rila. This is going to require some boundaries. Rila, rather than looking frustrated, she immediately lowers herself, walks on the surface of the water much like Lunala did. Gilles starts leading you guys back into the castle. You'll notice as you guys are walking that people who pass by bow respectfully to this man or the woman. You're not sure which, but they are definitely bowing as you pass by, or curtsying, or lowering their heads in acknowledgement, depending. You guys are led. I'm trying to decide where they would do this. You guys are led out the far side of the castle. And much like the way you entered, in this direction there is a path that leads along the side of the mountain where waterfalls spill and little rivers and pools form all around you. You're led on this path and it winds up until you're actually, if you look at the picture, you're on that top edge where the water is coming from and you see a vast lake. It is onto this lake that you are led. A pathway leading out to this kind of flat expanse. There are rock formations that form a sort of circular area, and it is on this that there are several figures waiting for you. Immediately, Pridwin, you feel something. Everything within you, all of the screaming of your ancestors has gone dead quiet, and there is a deep set fear. All around you, the water begins to tremble and stir. The ground shakes. The sky looks wrong. With every step you take, it seems that the world around you is revolting, little by little, to your every movement.
What is happening?
Apollyon, you sense this too, and you know this feeling. It's not good.
Yeah.
It is the stirrings of something that has haunted anyone who existed beforehand during that time.
He takes a few steps back.
You guys get to this circular area and you see the figures on the far side. You see 2, 3, 4, 5 of them standing together on one of the large stones jutting up out of the water. You also see this. Come on. Where are you at? There's a very large owl with burning purplish eyes that is staring at all of you, watching your every move. The moment that you guys get to this kind of circle of flat and rugged stones in the center of this lake, Jaless turns to Rila and says, "Put it up. Now." Rila moves her hands and a orb of sorts, it's almost translucent, but you can just see it almost like a bubble, forms around Lunala, cutting her off from you, and all of a sudden the trembling in the ground, everything stops. Lunala looks around at the thing she's in and looks at you with panic in her eyes. She does not know what's going on.
Goodwin's going to try and put out a hand reassuringly.
Lunala presses her hand to the side of the barrier, looking frantic. Jaless has turned back to the group on the far side. "I've brought them, just like you asked." Apollyon, you hear a voice. A voice that you know.
He slowly turns.
"You weren't who I asked for. What are you doing here?" Liam, I'm gonna need some art from you.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
Can I drop it into face flames?
Because standing across from you, across this almost arena-shaped expanse, is Cassiel and Hex.
Holy fucking balls.
So face clamps?
Uh-huh.
Alright. Here we go.
Apollyon, your entire world comes crashing down the moment you see her.
He steps back. His hands are shaking tremendously. Cassie, it's you. A tear begins to roll down his eye.
I'd love to catch up, but we have more imminent matters to discuss at hand. Her eyes have shifted to you, Pridwen, and you notice someone standing beside Cassiel for the first time. You were so focused in on that creature standing beside Cassiel because there is something about her that seems familiar to you. This monstrous armor-wearing woman. There's this hint of remembrance, like you know her, and yet you've never seen her before, and she's a threat like nothing you've ever sensed. Her and that witch, and then there's someone else in between them. A much smaller figure. And you get struck with that wave of immense power and familiarity again. And that's when you make out the red hair.
Redwin's like frozen in place. Can Hex say something?
Go ahead.
What is this? She's looking directly at Pridwin. They all died. That thing. You brought a grave robber in front of me. Let me just rip both of their throats out and get this over with.
No, no. You hear this from her, and then you hear a voice from the smaller figure say, "We'll have plenty of time for greetings later. But for now, can we get to the issue at hand?" And Katya steps forward from between them.
Yeah?
Her eyes are glowing a deep purple.
Oh. Narcissa. What's going on?
We need to lay out some ground rules, Cassiel says. Cassiel slowly lifts a finger to point at Lunala. You brought her here.
I...
Do you have any idea what you almost did?
No?
Do you know what this is? Cassiel says, and reaches over to, I'm assuming, where does she keep it on her, Hex? Is it on her back or on her side?
She keeps it in her hand at all times. She's like leaning on it.
Cassiel's gonna take it from her.
And she like hands it over.
Cassiel flourishes this massive blade. Immediately, Pridwin, you feel like you don't even know how to describe it. Like, it's like you're weak. Your ancestors are screaming, but it's not loud. It's just fear. You see Lunala has become frozen beside you. Locked up, her eyes wide, her body shaking. She's not even breathing anymore.
What is that?
Pretty sure it's a sword, Jala says to the side.
That's way more than a sword.
You're right. In fact, It's the sword that they're gonna use to kill her, Katya says, pointing to Lunala.
Edwin shakes his head and kind of tries to step in front of the bubble.
That's not hard to do.
Why?
When these two meet, I'm sure you're aware of what's going to happen, Cassiel says, slowly handing the sword back to Hex.
The blood moon.
She lowers her head in a nod.
I don't understand.
You don't need to. What you need is to accept the terms of the deal we have all come here to make. Which is you.
What?
She points at Lunala. And you, pointing at Hex. Never coming within a mile of each other again. I'm sure both Pridwin and Hex have something to say about that.
I don't see any problem with that. Hex just, like, again tries to hand the sword over to Cassiel and says, I can just use my hands.
Yes, dear. I know you can.
I'll make it quick. It would solve both problems.
You hear a hiss from beside you. Lunala is not looking like herself anymore. Her eyes have begun to glow a purple. Her body seems to be trembling and starting to shift. Rila, who is standing beside Jaless, looks over at her and goes, "Oh, good. Now she decides to stop drawing through a tiny source." Jaless goes, "This isn't good."
There it is. Just let me
Lunala,
finish it.
she bares her teeth, and you see they're no longer teeth, they are fangs. You feel movement against the back of your neck, Pridwin. It is Bandit, and his eyes are wide, and he's staring at Lunala, but he's scared of her. Lunala presses a hand against the side of the barrier, except it's not a hand anymore. Those are claws coming from her fingertips, and they begin to pierce the barrier. Rila winces. Shit. She's stronger than she looks.
Pridwin's just trying to stay between her and Hex right now.
Apollyon's on his knees currently.
Must we do this now? Katya says. Well, Narcissa says, I guess I should say.
Sooner it's over with, the sooner I can get back to my actual job.
Cassiel is peering back and forth between Hex and Pridwin. And Cassiel says, "My god, you two really don't have any idea who the other is, do you?"
Grave robber.
Pridwin, how do you feel about being called a grave robber?
I am not a grave robber. I inherited this armor. None of them survived. I searched. The only way you could have gotten that armor is by stripping it off of a corpse.
You hear a shout from behind you. Bradwin! It is Minerva, who is coming running across the stepping stones that lead out to the center of this lake, with Liam hot on her heels.
More of them? Is she running a cult?
Lunala is snarling. She is starting to become unrecognizable. Minerva comes up behind you. Liam is breathing hard, and as he kind of rights himself from leaning on his knees, he squints at the other two figures that are behind the three of them. Wait a minute. He tilts his head a little bit. Minerva goes, "It's not really fucking important right now. Can we talk about that? Whatever that is," she says, gesturing toward Hex and Cassio. Liam goes, "No, we're gonna talk about it because that's Katya." Minerva looks at you confused.
I don't even know what's going on.
Cassiel's musing with interest between the two of you still.
X is looking down at Cassiel and says, "Just let me kill them."
Are you sure you really want to kill one of his ancestors?
That's not one of them.
How do you know, dear?
Can't be. Their home was dust. Not a single living soul left.
Perhaps there's a way you can test. Would not a Rhizostoma have some sort of power or ability that would mark them?
The shield. Show me the shield.
Minerva looks at you uneasily. Liam, who is holding onto Minerva's wrist in preparation for one of them transforming, murmurs, "If it gets the crazy lady to calm down, maybe you should fucking do it."
Redwin is going to hold his hand out to his sister because his wife is currently stuck in a bubble. And also going crazy.
Minerva kind of loosens herself from Liam's grip and takes your hand.
And Pridwin's gonna transform.
Minerva flourishes like she always does when you first transform before throwing the shield up in front of her. Well, that looks pretty convincing, Cassiel says.
It could be a trick.
Really? Cassiel's squinting at Hex. So
Just
you're telling me there's somebody else that can just transform into the highly detailed weapon that...
Just let me get close.
I'm not stopping you, dear. I'm just advising you that whatever happens, happens, and I will not be able to intervene.
Hex is going to leap. There's like a body of water between them, right?
Yeah, so it's like, I'm trying to think of like what to relate this to. Like imagine a bunch of standing stones in a circle in the center of this lake. It's like arena shaped, but there is expanses of water between the stones.
Yeah, so she's going to leap over the water and onto the stone that everyone else is on. And she's
The
going to
earth
get...
shaking. By the way, Cassiel is still holding the sword.
So she doesn't want the sword anywhere near Lunala. She's going to get right up in their face, and I think that's going to make Pridwin do something.
Uh-huh. I hope to God you roll him. I hope to God you roll him, because this is what I want so much.
I was gonna ask, do you want me to roll him, or do you want to take executive command of the outcome?
You know what? Fuck it. I will DM... I will railroad this. It's happening. I won't even make you roll for it. He's the one you're gonna summon. And I will use the roleplay excuse that he forces himself to be the one to surface.
I mean, it is based... The way that I've always flavored it is it's based on who the one who wants to be out of the shield the most at the time to, like, assist is.
So yeah.
So yeah.
It would make sense.
And so this swirling vortex of water appears between Pridwin and Hex. And from it pulls a knight. And as soon as this knight looks up at Hex, Hex backs away, almost shocked. And she says, "No, that's not possible."
Well.
But
this just got interesting. Cassiel's musing from beside Katya.
what kind of trick? It can't be you. Pridwin is currently looking at his sister right now, very confused.
Minerva looks even more confused than you do. She knows even less about what's going on because she has very little experience with all of the people in the shield.
Is no illusion could... She steps forward, reaching out towards Romeo.
What does Romeo do in response?
What does he do in response?
I'm imagining he... What was it he did in the comic strip when they were together? When she was with him at the end.
He took her sword and pointed it at his heart. But I don't know if that's...
She doesn't... Does she carry two swords on her?
He carries her old family sword also, which is comically small in her hand.
Is she holding it?
Yeah, she would have been brandishing it.
Then he's going to gently direct the tip of that sword towards his chest again.
How? How?
What's going on? Minerva says to you.
Oh?
Do you know who that is?
I think that... Hang on, Pridwin's gonna make an intelligence check. I think that's the person who murdered Romeo?
What's happening right now? Liam says to you two from behind you.
I don't think she actually murdered Romeo.
I'm starting to wonder if most of our family's legends are actually true or not. Minerva says, still watching. She's actually, well, no, she would still have to be wielding you.
Hex, like, drops her sword.
Interestingly enough, when she drops it, it goes to drop into the expanse of water, which is deep, and Romeo catches it to prevent her from losing it. And he lifts it up in his palm and gently extends it to her.
She clears her throat and takes the sword and says, "If I knew you could have come back from the dead, I would have had that rematch by now."
It is very hard to tell Romeo's expression from the mask on his face. But he does take not a threatening one, but a defensive stance in front of Pridwin and Minerva, glancing back at them and then looking back at Hex.
She looks over at them too and says, "So they really are yours."
He lowers his head in a nod.
What are they doing with that witch?
Romeo, using his sword, points towards Lunala's hand where her ring is. And then he shifts the tip of his blade in the direction of Pridwin and Minerva.
No. She seems almost amused by this.
Cassiel is also very amused by this. I told you, Katya says to her.
That is an interesting development. Fine. I won't go near her with the sword, but she gets down to eye level with Romeo and says, "I want that rematch."
Romeo, interestingly enough, glances back toward Pridwin in a "you'll have to take it up with him" kind of manner.
He looks over to Pridwin and says, "Well, I'm going to need a very long explanation, but sure." And then Hex stands back up, sheathes her sword, and says, "Very well. Then I agree to the terms."
Lunala is still looking very angry.
She looks over to Lunala and says, "You are the luckiest witch that I have ever met."
Lunala squints at her. She feels like that's an insult.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Lunala is even more angry. You see her claws Pridwin are digging into the side of the barrier, and the barrier begins to shatter. Rila actually winces and places a hand against the side of her head.
And Hex just turns her back on them, walks over to the edge of the stone, and jumps back across.
Liam, who's standing behind you, lets out a shaky breath of relief.
Pridwin also lets out a sigh of relief.
Katya, or Narcissa rather, speaks up. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what is at work in this place. I know that you have a great task ahead of you, from what Cassie has told me, and I wish you luck. I advise that you consider your next steps carefully. A lot of lives hang in the balance, depending on the choices that you make.
We will.
Now, I'm sure there are a few conversations you wish to have, and if I understand correctly, her eyes shift toward the owl. We have been granted permission to move freely here. The owl lowers its head in a nod.
And
Softly.
Yeah, Apollyon, are you alive?
Apollyon, he is currently having a mental breakdown.
Okay. Yeah, it's at this point that, like, as Katya is saying this to all of you, Cassie's eyes drift back towards Apollyon, and she frowns. My god, what has happened to you?
Shattered. All that remains are fragments.
And even less than I imagined, she says. She almost has a pitying look.
What happened to you over these 20 years?
I never left. I've been here. She lightly puts a hand on Hex's shoulder. We've been here. Hiding. Protecting this, Cassiel says, handing the sword back to Hex.
he takes the sword and says, I've been doing a bit more than hiding.
Yes. Atoning for our many mistakes, little by little. Yeah, you just hear clapping from behind them. There are two figures that you haven't really paid a whole lot of attention to that have been standing behind the three of them. They are dark clad, wearing strange masks that you don't really recognize. and one of them has stepped forward close to Katya and is clapping.
Well, I wasn't expecting such a good show coming here.
Katya glances at you. Or Narcissa glances at you. Liam murmurs to the two of you. There's something about that person. I don't know why, but I really want to punch him.
Well, looks like your group has struggled to hold itself together over the last month or so, Pridwin.
I'm sorry, but who are you and how do you know me?
How should I explain it? I've been keeping tabs. My mission took a bit of a detour from where I was mere days ago.
That doesn't really answer the question.
Liam squints.
Soma.
Wait.
Well, I guess I kind of answered it, but he puts his finger to his mouth on the mask, looking towards Liam.
His eyes narrow further. It can't be.
The coin in your back pocket, Pridwin. Have you kept good care of it?
Yes. Yes, I have.
A lot has happened.
Looks like it.
I am going to... How would I go by a different name, or at least I have. Then you would remember of me.
Oh?
I am going to send this updated character sheet.
Mm-hmm.
That is what he looks like.
Oh boy. Fucking bury the light.
I had to. It's such a good song. I couldn't think of anything else.
No, it's
But anyway.
It's such a good fucking song.
Shit, what the fuck?
You okay?
My controller fell.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, he approaches the rest of the party, and he says, My, all of you have been torn apart out here.
It definitely hasn't been easy.
I wish I could say I was disappointed, but I'm not. The masked figure standing beside him says.
We've been
Well,
trying.
I came here for different reasons, though I may stay a while because of it. Her, he points over to Lunala.
Lunala has not taken her eyes off of Hex this whole time.
Mm-hmm. Well, Narcissa has explained most of it. She sensed a disturbance, so we separated forces. I came back here to gain information and eavesdrop on you guys. I couldn't help myself. He slowly takes off his mask.
It is, in fact, who you think it is. Liam goes, I fucking knew it.
So you've been spying out on us without the courtesy to say hello.
Keeping tabs, that was a more recent choice, actually.
I see.
We've been tearing a hole through some underground Japanese operations. I can't go into too much detail.
Well, regardless, I hope it's been going well.
It has been, honestly, without a hitch. You notice that he also has bandages all over his face.
Are you sure? You don't... You look a tad bit worse for wear, if you don't mind my saying.
A few hiccups here and there, but nothing I could not handle. Nothing we could not handle over there. But it seems like you guys dug yourself into too deep of a hole over here, so we decided to come check it out under Narcissa's order.
I see. Well, even if it's only for the moment, welcome back.
He puts his mask back on and he says, "Now, is there any more private we can all speak?"
What, you mean a giant lake in the middle of nowhere isn't good enough for you? Liam says, giving you a hard look.
Well, we have spectators.
You'll notice actually that the only spectators to you right now are in fact Narcissa, who is still standing by Cassiel, and the owl.
Indeed, the owl.
I was gonna say Cassiel is focused on Apollyon. All of her attention is on Apollyon, and Hex is
Brooding in the corner.
brooding in the yeah.
She actually specifically has her back turned away from everybody right now.
Wow.
Apollyon
Edgelord
looks.
over here.
Yep.
Apollyon over there looks busy. So, how about we take this elsewhere, perhaps? The owl kind of freaks me out, to be honest.
That's a bit rude.
Don't mind her, Jaless says from behind you.
Alright, that helps.
You'll meet her soon enough. She is the one who has allowed you this meeting.
Very well. What have you guys learned since I've been gone?
Well, the entire country is being attacked by some sort of plague that was engineered by a witch.
Well, I meant specifically outside of Russia. I should have clarified.
Unfortunately, not too terribly much. You haven't been gone very long. We pretty much left for Russia not long after you left.
It has actually been like a month since you've seen Soma.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
But to
I'm
be
pretty
fair,
sure
to
we went
Bridwin,
into
that's
Russia,
not a
like...
very big amount of time.
Yeah, I'm trying to because I'm pretty sure that Soma left, and then like maybe a couple weeks afterwards we went into Russia.
Yeah.
It was like almost 4 weeks afterwards when you guys left.
Mm,
Mhm.
Like I said, it's been at least a month, maybe a month and a half since you've last seen him.
We
Mhm.
do have something urgent, actually, that regards Casil.
Oh,
Who is still
We
not paying
went
attention to you?
yeah.
we went to Pidge's family home, and we discovered that someone was looking for information there. Information which was contained in a notebook that was written by Casil.
Hmm.
Information that would be key to creating synthetic demon weapons.
I see. That is an interesting prospect.
Though the people looking for it weren't able to find the book, we do fear that they may have obtained enough information to act on.
What do you think they're plotting?
Well, if it's the same people who've been kidnapping Meisters,
Hmm.
I think they're trying to beat us at our own game.
Kidnap Meisters. Where exactly?
I thought that was something that you told me about, that you'd been investigating children being kidnapped from the academy.
That would. That would be those ones. Douglas is the one who brought that to our attention. I'm not sure why they're doing that.
Well,
However, in
synthetic
Japan,
weapons, a whole lot of impressionable Meisters.
hmm,
I think they're building an army.
see, that's where I'm left confused. In Japan, similar things are occurring, but the reasoning is different. I don't know if it's a separate faction or if they're looking for something specific, and which they are. Waiting. You guys there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No. No. I saw the mics glow up a bit, so I was just like, can you guys hear me?
I'm just listening.
Oh, yeah. You see stuff going on in Japan right now, which you guys have actually heard of. I remember us talking about that in the Pidge returning home arc.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. He says they're looking for people like me, my sisters, more specifically. Hunting them, hunting people that look like them and torturing them.
I think that I can understand why.
Yes. But what I don't understand is the way they're going about it. Looking for pink haired young women, kidnapping and torturing them to find their abilities. See, if they were among the faction that's trying to find us to complete that prophecy, they wouldn't be doing such a thing, now would they?
Unless they were extremely desperate.
Precisely. There's a masked man. He is spearheading the ground operations there. I gave my organization the information on it. Douglas is taking care of that currently. As for my sisters, I still have no idea where they are, but the hunt continues. In the meantime, I'm here to assist you, along with Sadie. And
The other
Katya,
masked figure bows to you slightly.
I see.
now catch me up to speed. What has gone on here?
Well, it's going to be a very, very long story. But
Well,
Going to get even longer when you find out what we can add to the table, Jules says from next to you. He's been assisting Rila, whose nose has started to bleed.
is are they okay?
She'll be fine.
I see.
do we still need to keep my wife in the bubble?
Lunala looks like she is ready to murder Hex.
Also, Lunala could probably make an insight on Hex if she wanted to.
What would Lunala be looking for?
I mean, the way Hex is acting?
I mean,
The fact that she is pointedly keeping her back turned specifically to Lunala?
that's really just pissing Lunala off more.
Yeah, but she could get an idea of why.
I guess I'll roll for insight. I got a 5.
Well, Hex rolled a natural one.
Oh my god.
She seems almost jealous. Behind all of the malice and the very edgelordy exterior, she seems kind of like she's jealous of Lunala somehow.
Lunala, with the hint of that, she stops growling. Kind of. There's almost a smirk. Lunala's not really the smirking type, but you get that sense come off of her for just a moment. Almost smug, and then she straightens a little bit. Are you under control now? Rila says from behind you. Lunala just nods, and Rila drops the barrier. Lunala walks back over to you, drawing very close to you, but her eyes do not leave the brooding witch across from you.
Pridwin will offer a cup of healing water to...
Yeah, Rila, who has no idea what you do, looks at the cup of water and just... No.
It'll
No.
help with the pain.
No.
Can you just trust me?
No. Absolutely not.
If you insist.
So yeah.
Well,
So far what we know, Witch developed the disease and is bioengineering things to try and take over Russia.
interesting.
And it seems that this disease has some relation to the reason that everyone in the Beastlands is a beast.
Wow, they really don't have any idea. Joless whispers to Rila from the side.
We didn't exactly receive a whole lot of intel.
Because you were supposed to wait until you could meet with Nowla, Rila says, wiping the blood from her nose. But if you're going to insist, then I suppose you could be filled in a little early.
So, Soma hasn't seen the library yet, I don't think.
Nope.
So he's going to ask, he says, would you guys happen to have some sort of index or library I can Any sort of resource I can use.
Rila, Rila and Celeste just slowly look at each other.
The entire structure is a library.
Well, I've been here the whole time, so please lead me.
Oh my god.
And I will explain more on the way.
So your guys' little group is together. Are you just gonna start walking?
Would assume so.
I mean, does it look like we have any more business?
I mean,
It looks like Apollyon has business.
Apollon's
Apollyon
losing
has
his
business.
goddamn mind, and
He's having a mental
Cassiel is watching this occur. Hex is brooding, and you will notice that out of your group, Narcissa / Katya has not joined you.
Mm-hmm.
She's still hanging back by the others.
Third one's going to go over to Apollyon because he's clearly having a mental breakdown after having just tried to deal with the mental breakdowns.
Yes. Yeah. Abaddon is the one who convinced him to do it. He is on his knees, just like unable to process anything that's going on around him.
Apollyon?
He says nothing.
Apollyon.
Abaddon, by the way, in your inner, like, your shared link, is just laughing hysterically. Like, mental breakdown laugh.
Yeah.
Edwin's like trying to shake your shoulder to get you to like snap out of it. And if you don't react to that, he's going to splash you in the face with water.
He will not even recognize your existence. He's going to look up at Cassie, and he says, Kidna, I could not protect her.
It was not your doing.
But why did Mephisto betray me?
Why, indeed. If I had answers for you, I would give them.
Seemed personal when he stabbed me in the back.
Apollyon, I don't know. You are demons. I am not. I don't know the inner workings, the histories of your kind. I only know what you've told me. And from that, I can't glean why such a thing would happen. Clearly, he must have been manipulated by someone else.
You see, I hadn't expected Cassie to just show up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I was just like, oh, I'm gonna keep my madness at an equilibrium.
Uh-huh.
That's not happening right now.
Uh-huh! I know!
That is like huge. That is very big for him. Like that is.
I know.
Yeah, he's. Mm-mm.
I know.
So I'm not sure.
Yeah, Pollyann's just losing it.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's going to be any single way you can bring him back to coherency right now.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Is he just completely catatonic now, or is he still like...
He's like not catatonic, but he is unaware of everything around him right now. He's like not.
He's gone.
Yeah.
Should I move him?
I think it's best that you leave him be.
Very well.
How many? Okay, question. Just seeing her and interacting with her.
Don't ask me what number to give you. I don't know, man. I mean, this is gonna break him.
Yeah, regardless, it's going to be above 15.
Like, any number I give you is probably not gonna be enough for what his mental condition is right now.
Yeah.
He is fragmenting.
Not only the
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I hadn't expected this to occur in this side session. I was mostly focusing on the Soma stuff.
I'm kind of glad it did, though, because it gives you time to think about what the fuck's gonna happen between now and Monday.
Yeah, you see, because at this point, just because you saw Cassie, the voices will start.
Uh-huh. Oh, I know.
And everyone will hear them.
Oh! Oh.
Yeah.
I forgot that everybody's gonna start hearing that shit.
Yes.
Oh,
This is gonna be fun.
Yeah. And now he is. Just give me a wild number, because this is a very.
27.
I need to know. 20. Huh?
You said give me a wild number. I said 27.
Oh no, I meant for his. I meant for his madness.
27.
27.
27 madness.
Fucking go for it. I don't know. He is like gone right now. Like, this is the point if we were doing Black Blood where I would take your character sheet right now. Okay, that's where Apollyon is mentally right now. I'm not gonna do that to you. I'm not taking his sheet from you. But if this was a Black Blood status and you were at this point with Black Blood, yeah, I'd be taking it.
Okay. So setting it to 27.
Yeah. Don't double that. Jesus fuck.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying set it to. Yeah, there we go. Well, anyway, that is well beyond the 12 he was at.
So yeah, Apollyon's losing his fucking mind.
Yeah.
We'll deal with all your madness shit later. Like your actual like.
Well, okay, so there's a differential. There's his ability that does with his madness, and then there's the voices. So yeah.
No, I meant like I was gonna make you roll for the bad things later.
Oh yeah. I'll roll for the bad things later for sure.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Like on the madness chart. Like,
yeah.
As for roleplay options, yeah, no, I know there's multiple things going on that aspect too.
Yep.
So yeah, Apollyon is not vibing in front of you. Cassio looks concerned.
Yeah, so Apollyon right now is going to go completely silent because I have to practice the voice real quick.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. So yeah, while that's happening, you will actually hear a voice from behind you. It's good to see you again.
Everyone will turn around.
It is Narcissa, or Katya.
I'm sorry, which one am I speaking to right now?
Her eyes are glowing very deep purple.
I'm pleasantly surprised to hear you say that.
She misses you.
We all missed her too.
And I would advise you that it is your fault she was tending bar at 9 years old.
I did not
You did, in
teach
fact,
her.
teach. You taught Katya how to tend bar. I have it in the notes. You taught Katya how to bartend.
I didn't expect her to actually go to a bar and bartend.
She completely floored them. They hired her on the spot.
I am so proud.
Her father is very displeased with you, but that's beside the point.
I will prepare for the consequences.
You need to be careful. I would like to allow her to see you. I'm worried, though. There are things here beyond your comprehension. There are beings more powerful than anything you have ever encountered. And some of them you are not prepared to face. As I said, many lives hang on the choices that all of you will make.
I know.
We would not have come if I had not sensed. She trails off, her eyes drifting toward Lunala, and then toward Hex.
Them?
Indeed.
Well, I am very glad that it didn't turn out ending with the end of the world.
But now you are aware just how close that possibility is to you.
Yes. I do not plan on letting that possibility occur.
As I've said, you may not have a choice, but I wish you luck in that endeavor.
Thank you. And it's good to see you again, too.
There's like a hint of surprise in the eyes, but she is doing her best not to show it. You flatter me, but I know you really just want to see the girl.
Well, of course I missed her too, but
Okay. Making sure my thing is okay. So there's been a bit of a conundrum.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I broke as shit, so I don't have like the premium for my voice changer.
rip.
I have the voice, but the settings are all fucked up, and I can't change them.
Oh,
So
weird.
Damn.
I will save the voice for another time
Gotcha.
because I'm.
Yeah. So she glances toward actually the owl that has been kind of observing all of you in an even stead. You have allies here. But do not let one convince you of all. Do you understand me?
Yes. I know better than to trust an entire group because I can trust some of them. I will continue to be wary.
Heed her. Her eyes have locked onto the owl. She will guide you in the right direction. I'm sure of it.
Very well.
Now, I need to figure out how I'm going to explain this to her.
I presume that it wasn't exactly her idea to come here.
She has fought me from the very moment I took control. I do not often go to such lengths, but this was an extreme circumstance that I could not risk.
I understand. Hopefully she will too.
She is not always the most understanding creature. Perhaps a familiar face will lessen the blow.
I hope it would. And I will do my best.
So, what would you like to do?
Well, sounds like we're just gonna be leaving Apollyon here.
Apollyon is having a stroke.
Yep. So, Pridwin's probably going to lead Soma towards where the library is.
Okay, well, you guys as a group begin to descend the mountain, leaving Apollyon, Cassiel, Hex, and the owl. The rest of you descend and make your way back toward the castle. Jeles, as you guys are walking, he's leading you. He kind of glances over his shoulder at all of you, and he's just shaking his head. I, for one, have no idea what just happened.
If it makes you feel any better, I do not fully understand myself.
You wanna know my secret? I never actually know what the fuck is going on.
That's my secret, Cap. I don't know what the fuck is happening.
God. So you guys make it back to, like, into one of the library rooms, and Jeles leads you guys off to one of the wings of the library that doesn't really have anyone in it. It's like a lounge area. There's a couple desks. Kind of like the first picture, it's an area that leads out into a courtyard, but it's pretty isolated because it's off to one side.
So, Soma, what exactly are you trying to find?
Well, I want to do some research on the area, figure out what I can learn and how I can help you all.
Well, I'm sure we can find some histories. I was able to find something that gave me a pretty good idea of a potential thread, but I think I should probably hold on to it until everybody's assembled.
Well, I could help you work on that. Just tell me everything you've learned up till this point.
Well, in terms of Russia in its totality, the Russian side of the border is pretty much completely overtaken. The disease consumed virtually everything, and now there's a gigantic series of chasms that have opened up.
Interesting.
They opened up silently and overnight, which suggests to me that some very, very, very powerful magic has been used.
Oh, very much so. What else have you learned of this disease?
It seems to be some sort of mixture of effects. It has a nature that's very much like a normal disease, but it's also partially a curse. A mixture of lycanthropy and whatever afflicts the people of the Beastlands.
I see.
If you would like, I can try and enlighten you, Gilles says. He's been hanging around.
Please do. Can I find... he's gonna find a table.
That
There
would be
are, in
most
fact,
helpful.
tables.
Yes, he will sit down at a table.
Okay, Gilles says. He's kind of standing at the head of the table. Where exactly do I begin? That was a question.
Oh. Well, the very beginning. I'm kind of new here. Been working on some other missions.
Right. Okay. So, obviously you know about the Nine Holds.
Indeed.
You are currently in House Sokolov territory. All of the territories take after animals, for lack of a better word. There's a reason for that. If you hadn't noticed, he extends his own wings from behind him for a moment, as if for emphasis.
Mm-hmm.
But we weren't always like this. At least, not from what we've been told. The Nine Holds started out as one hold, as one family. And then something happened. I'm not sure what. In fact, if anyone in these most recent generations could tell you, I would be surprised. I imagine that is what she wants to speak to you about. Regardless, something happened, and the families became cursed with beasthood. They split into the Nine Holds, and they have been isolated like this in their own territories ever since. We've been operating like this for thousands of years. Always trapped, if you will, within this hold, within the Beastlands, as you all have taken to calling this place.
And Soma's just patiently writing things down in his journal.
I am not entirely sure what her plan is, but our spy master is the one who called this meeting with you all. I imagine she has some sort of a plan that she's cooked up with the lady in charge. I have my suspicions, but I wouldn't want to mislead you.
He writes down that as well. And he says, Narcissa told me some vague details about why we are here. Most prominently is the existence of Lunala, but a meeting with your, I would say, ruler is definitely one of those things.
The real issue is those bugs, Rila says from the side.
Bugs.
Whatever is taking place just past the border. We've tried to investigate, but our reach only extends so far. In fact, if it weren't for our secret weapon, we wouldn't have even been able to do what we have.
Secret weapon.
Gilles glares at her. Would you stop calling her that? Look, I'm just saying, Rila says, putting her hands up.
Would that be Cassie?
God, no. Rila says.
No?
Cassie does what she wants. In fact, she hasn't shown her face here in years.
No,
The
well, that's
fact
fair.
that she showed up at all is a surprise to any of us.
Well, from... ignore me.
Liam? Did we name
He's-
her?
He's gone. Still
He
listening.
said he was listening.
I'm back. She has a name. Not like a name,
What
but
did
a
we
title.
name her?
Hang on, let me grab her picture. Oh yeah, Steeple Knight.
Yeah, that's what he would call her. So
Oh.
when you're inquiring about it, he sighs after Rila has made her comments, and he says, The Steeple Knight extends our reach a bit further than the Wild Hunt would prefer. But I assure you, we have only used that reach to try and stave off this plague, for lack of a better word.
The swarm, if you will.
It's a lot
So-
worse than that, but yes.
Uh,
We have tried to cull any infected parties with her drones.
see.
Are you referring to the statues?
Indeed.
I see.
The Steeple Knight has a great deal of power. It's her specialty. I'm sure you'll be meeting her soon when you meet with her.
As for the bugs, I could offer some illumination. Of the information we received, that was probably the most detailed. The insects seem to be the primary fighting force and infecting force within Russia. They apparently have a segment of them that remain uninfected in order to carry out tasks, but the infected ones are used to spread the disease.
And I take it they're not quite as immune to the disease as they would want to be.
Oh no, they're just as much affected as any others.
Hmm.
And it appears that they seem to have some trouble with it themselves. Although, considering they're the ones who created it and they're continuing their work on it, I wouldn't be surprised if they managed to get better control of it given time.
So, clay soldiers then.
Effectively. We also know that they're being created in several hives. Only a couple of them were actually charted for us, but each hive seems to fulfill a specific purpose. They also appear to be using these uninfected members to capture uninfected animals.
I see.
It seems that they are after genetic material from these creatures. They must be using it in order to better bioengineer the disease and perhaps even the insects.
Adding your enemies to your own ranks. I see.
That appears to be that appears to be what they're doing.
Mhm.
Furthermore,
Oh, yes.
they do have a laboratory that our spies were able to break into. And we managed to discover that Solon's sister is being held within that laboratory.
Wasn't his sister taken by the wolf?
That is the interesting thing.
You say wolf, and immediately, Rila and, Gillespie and anybody else in the vicinity bristles.
Pridwin notices this and he says, "Do you know much about the wolf?"
We do not discuss the wolf, he says. And you get the sense by the way that he says this that he has repeated this phrase a lot.
I see. I apologize for bringing it up. Or pushing it further.
Anyway,
Well, if that thing had taken her and she is in the custody of that group now, either they took her from him
doubtful.
or
Or
he's
they're
working with them.
involved.
Precisely. Furthermore, according to our sources, she was in a cell that was labeled immune.
Roll me an insight check real quick.
Mm-hmm. 19?
You will notice he does not seem surprised by this line of reasoning.
The wolf working with the disease group.
Yes. So, you might want to take note of that.
Yeah, Pridwin definitely takes note of that. Furthermore, she was in a cell labeled immune. It is our reasoning that she may be the only one who can't be infected by this disease. My guess is that they're keeping her so that they can figure out how to inoculate their own in order to better control the disease.
And keep everyone else from getting a cure.
Yes. If she's in their hands, they can synthesize a cure for themselves while also denying their enemies the opportunity.
Have they ever attempted a siege on the Beastlands?
What do you mean?
The
An
insects in their
organized assault? It didn't look like we ran into one, but
No.
I'm speaking deliberately to them.
Not that we are aware of. They have never tried to invade or press in on our borders.
the
Not
few
a-
infected we've encountered seem to have been strays.
That begs the question. Do you guys have any sort of higher power here? A weapon, a being themselves that actively wards off these creatures? Have they never
Rila
tried invading?
smirks.
Have they never tried invading you specifically, or the Beastlands in its entirety?
As far as I'm aware, they haven't encroached in the Beastlands at all. Otherwise, our attempts to research them would have been a lot more fruitful.
The insects have definitely not pushed in, at least from the time we spent on the border. The infected have, most certainly. However, we ran into infected beast folk on the border who were taken down by the hunt.
Let's see.
Jolas shudders.
What I'm curious about specifically is they're mindless infected creatures, I'm assuming.
That appears to be the effect. They seem to go feral, like a creature with rabies.
So, if they're clay soldiers, they can't exactly be controlled the way they want them to immediately. And that begs the question, what exactly is stopping them, a random stray infected, from invading this place, getting itself taken out, or taking out someone with it?
Well, it seems the outbreak has already pushed its way in.
Is that the case?
Yes, we've run into different groups, I suppose, which have been trying to deal with it, but most of the land along the border has been... It appears almost desolate. There's very few settlements that remain, and we
Well-
have had to deal with some infected.
On the border.
On the border.
Not
We've found
within.
some inside, across the border.
Hmm.
But it appears that they've only just now begun pushing in.
I see. How recently have they begun pushing in?
That would be a question for them.
Yeah,
That is-
Jalus is looking back and forth between the two of you, trying to keep up. God damn it! What is the
You-
judge doing here?
How did the cowboy get all the way over here?
Oh my god, he fucking magically appeared in Russia with the coffee table.
The coffee table just fucking like falls down next to us.
Oh god.
You fucking wish it was the judge.
Oh shit.
But... Oh my god, we're doomed!
He's as real as you want him to be. Kethek's blah.
Oh my lord. Jalus kind of furrows his brows a little bit and says, "Honestly, I wish I could give you better information, but I myself don't even know what's going on. We've been
We're-
doing our best to look into things, but for our own safety, we have tried to remain isolated from the others as much as possible.
Have they?
However, one of ours he was trying to investigate. I believe you've already met him.
Yes, we did manage to put him out of his misery, if that's any consolation.
He grimaces. He was
Although
a keeper,
I see.
like my sister, like Tristan, like many of us, he was just a keeper. And he was just trying to do his job. There's something you should know about us, gesturing to himself. All of us that are purebloods, that have descended from a curse bearer, we're all susceptible to going mad. It can happen at random with age, but it also happens in proximity to their original home. I don't know how to explain it, but there are several things that can make a pure blood go mad. It used to be, however, that we were the only ones that could go mad, but now humans who don't bear an ounce of pure blood are starting to turn. And yet we haven't seen any of these strange bugs of yours.
Mhm. Well, perhaps if the curse was meddled with in order to manufacture the disease, then the curse could be
That
responding.
is Naula's fear, is that that is the case. And I'm sure the answers may be inside those massive hives, if you will. However, getting into them is going to be extremely difficult, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yes, from my understanding, very few, if any, of our informants were able to make it out of the one they got into.
If you were able to somehow figure out how to lift this curse, if we could get outside of the borders safely, we could help you. I'm sure that's what they're going to try and convince you anyways when you meet with them.
Well, if we can help prevent innocent people from being turned into monsters, and we can get some aid in fighting this thing in the process, then I think that would probably be our best option.
She'll have more information for you.
I would very much like to be the first in line for that information. Once the group gets... I will join the group, essentially.
Yes. Well, you'll have to wait until she returns. There's
And
a
in the
reason
meantime-
you were told to make yourselves comfortable and wait. Naula is not presently here. She's doing reconnaissance.
Mhm.
I see. Well, hopefully she returns soon so that we can begin making plans.
She
Indeed.
may take her time for now. I need to get my bearings in this strange land. I'm going to need a lot of blank paper.
Well, there's plenty of that around here.
Alright. I need to catch up on everything I've learned so far.
I could also spare you a notebook or two if you need.
Thank you very much.
And I will be here present if you have any questions, or if I can render any aid, just let me know. Though I'm afraid I don't have much information to offer.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Forgive me. He bows. I am Jeles Sokolov, firstborn of Petra, the current ruler of House Sokolov. At your service.
Very pleasant to meet you. You all seem like the isolated lot, so my name isn't going to be too dangerous of yours to know. I am Soma. More presently, I go by King Nothing.
He extends his hand to you amicably.
He shakes it.
Introductions, he thinks to himself. Go ahead.
And I am Pridwin. Pridwin extends his hand.
He takes it. You guys, all of you present, kind of introduce yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So he gets to know the faces in the group. Very pointedly, Narcissa does not say anything.
Yeah, that's fair.
And her there, I don't think she needs many introductions.
Which her are you acknowledging?
Narcissa.
Ah. Who, the girl? He looks over. Katya looks like a child to him.
She is Katya.
She doesn't talk much, does she?
She'll...
When she's in the mood, she'll be more talkative.
You see. I suppose I would know. Akara used to be very quiet. you get her talking about weapons. However, the trick is getting her to shut up.
Weapons, you say?
Sounds like my sister.
Forgive me. Kara is my little sister.
Well, I might have to speak to her sometime. She has an interest in weapons.
Oh.
That is very much interest of my own as well.
If you're anything like the other boy who can change into one, I'm sure you two will get along just fine. In fact, she'll probably make you sit down so she can sketch you and add you to her collection.
He can't see it, but under the mask he's smiling. He says, I am sure she'll be interested in a weapon of my own.
I briefly spoke with her once before, Apollyon as well.
I see. Also, speaking of Apollyon, do you guys have any places far from the main, how should I put this, society here?
He looks
That's
confused by this question.
generally you can lock somebody up in,
A jail?
like that, but further underground.
No. We don't really do the underground thing here, being that there's water everywhere.
It would be difficult to construct a dungeon with a lot of groundwater.
Also, we're kind of birds, so we just, fly everywhere. But when we want to contain people who aren't of our bloodline, we do have a place we can take them.
Take Apollyon, please. I've seen that look in
Do-
his eyes.
Do we
I
need to lock Apollyon up?
I have shared that very same look in his eyes. That means he's on the brink and should absolutely be locked away.
I will have a word with some of the staff and see what we can arrange.
Thank you very much. And if he causes any harm, it is not his fault.
Not sure the others will see it that way, but I understand.
If he poses a problem being moved, I think that it would be best if you just have us move him.
Right.
Anyway, I will compile this information and read it through later. Where is this Akara? I suppose I should be a little more social. I haven't been anywhere with a lot of people in a while, other than a bar. But a lot of people got kidnapped in that bar.
I'm sure you can find her either near the weapons section of the library or out training in the yard with Spite. She does enjoy spending most of her time with him. Feel
Very
free
well.
to explore. I'm sure you'll find her or someone else of interest very easily.
Very well. Soma will get up, sort of gesturing to Pridwin to follow.
Fridwin will get up, politely nod, and then follow Soma.
Mm-hmm. There is. I can see. Soma will look to Pridwin. He says, "So, before you came to Russia, is there anything else you've learned? Clearly, you can't have not learned anything new. It's our group, after all. Well, your group."
Let's see. A lot has transpired. We
Chronological order.
I'll be right back. You guys continue.
sent squirrels into Russia.
Squirrels.
Yes. Pidge purchased a. You do recall when we went to search that or when we went to the Waffle House?
I wasn't
Were
there.
you there?
No,
You weren't there.
no.
We went to explore an extremely large number of powerful souls were gathering in a location out in the forest. And we'd managed to trace it to a Waffle House that was in the middle of the forest and wasn't entirely there. Some sort of extra dimensional structure.
Excuse me?
Um, I don't know much about waffle houses, but Apollyon assured me that that's normal for them.
Hmm. Anything you learned while you were there?
Well, we met and discovered a large number of varying creatures, cryptids, if you will, including a witch. We managed to speak with them peacefully and managed to arrange a sort of ceasefire between us, the Academy, and them.
I see.
And while we were there, the pack attacked us, searching for my wife.
The pack?
You recall the werewolf that attacked us?
Oh, yes. He actually like slides his hand into what is it? The inner workings of his shirt, and he pulls out the gun.
Yes. He was working for a witch cult called the Pack. They serve a witch and are all werewolves. It's about how it sounds.
Mm-hmm.
Some lieutenant of theirs, along with a large group of werewolves, attacked us. And we, alongside the other members of the Waffle House, managed to kill most of them. Apollyon spared one of them and then adopted her.
Huh.
You might meet her. She's pretty much always around.
I see.
She's sneakier than Apollyon sometimes.
She. Well, when you have a mentor like that.
Someday I want to learn how he does all that. But
Well,
that's besides the point.
that is demon
We
magic for you.
ran into a witch that was also a lycanthrope, that was also afflicted with black blood.
Oh,
And she went berserk, and I managed to lure her down to the river where Apollyon drowned her, fortunately allowing us to defeat her.
I see.
And when we returned home, Apollyon took the head with him.
Uh-huh.
And let's see, what happened next? I believe it was immediately after that. Oh, yes. So we ran into, I'm sure you've noticed the raccoon.
Yes, I have noticed the raccoon.
That is Bandit.
Hmm.
He's a very good boy. But we purchased him from a more humanoid raccoon man called the Squirrel Dealer.
That's not suspicious at all.
Yes, he's actually the ex-husband of one of the professors at the academy.
Hmm.
Anyhow, he tried to sell us some squirrels. I purchased the raccoon for my wife, and Pidge purchased all of the squirrels.
Uh-huh.
And these aren't wild squirrels, they are specifically tactically trained. And so Pidge managed to devise a scheme in which we would send the squirrels as spies into Russia in order to gather as much information as possible so that we would not have to go in blind. And in the meantime, I'm pretty sure that is when we went to Pidge's home. Oh. Yes, and I don't recall if you were there for it, but no, you were. We'd acquired a soul and managed to get our blacksmith friend to begin working on repairing Solon's other sister.
Yes, I remember that. Above game, there was something you guys learned about Soma during the Waffle House arc.
I'm trying to. Oh, yeah. I forgot because you didn't know about this shit. Oh,
Yeah.
yes. You are needed for an occult ritual to open the gates of hell.
Well, that's nothing new. Who
Um,
specifically is searching?
I believe it would be your sister?
Oh well, I already know about that one.
And then there were others.
Two other things.
I'm trying to remember what I know as a character. Like who was looking for you, that because I know that there's a couple of characters that are looking for you,
Yeah,
but
he's
I
being hunted.
think yeah, I know you're being hunted, but I don't remember if that was information that Pridwin knew or if that was information that Douglas's friend knew.
So that is so the sister thing was from Douglas's friend. Um, and then there's stuff that
They also
Apollyon.
technically were looking for you too.
Yeah. Yes. Um, and Apollyon learned some stuff about Soma that he told the rest of the party. And then also there's the Wendigos, who all are not very fond of Soma.
Oh, yes. The Wendigos. They aren't looking you for any ritual purposes, but they apparently you killed one of their family members and they want to rip you apart.
Ah, that's huh. It's been
We
well over a year since that Wendigo mission. I don't even remember killing him.
we managed to convince them that we were not associated with you, but
That is for the best, honestly.
yes, it was the only way to get them to agree to the ceasefire. However, if they ever show back up again, you're going to either need to reconcile with them or not be in the room.
Well, worst comes to worst, I'll just kill them all.
That probably would not be the best idea.
Well, for them.
They aren't exactly our enemies at the moment.
Well, apparently they're mine. Sorry, I got sidetracked. What? There was another thing?
Quite alright. So, the squirrels. We sent them into Russia. They managed to acquire a lot of intel. However, we weren't able to get that intel back because apparently they knew, our enemies knew that we'd sent them in, and we were unable to maintain contact with them.
Mm-hmm.
Then apparently they were betrayed, and a false signal was sent to us, giving us the all clear to arrive in Russia. And unfortunately, we had not received the warning that it was a false signal until after we'd dropped into Russia.
Oh.
Specifically, that signal was also asking primarily for Pidge.
Yes, that
Which
is definitely bait.
suggests to me that they want Pidge for the same reason that those who got into Pidge's family home were looking. They want her weapon, the details on how to make said weapons, and presumably any other information or components that they can use.
Wait. Do you guys have the journal on you?
Yes, Pidge has been protecting it. I think it might be best to have Pidge return it to Isil.
That would certainly be best. Holding
Eh.
on to that journal when your enemies very much want it.
At least for the time being, I believe she would be better capable of protecting it than we would.
Yes.
Especially with that very frightening individual who was guarding her.
Well, Apollyon's friends.
How did you wind up going with them?
Narcissa
She found them.
led me to them. She set up a meeting. Well, I may or may not have played the Narcissa card to get in here, to be honest.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. I'm just surprised you were able to find Cecile, of all people.
Well, wasn't me that did it. It was definitely fully Narcissa. I didn't even know she existed outside of stories, so.
Well, neither did I, apart from Apollyon saying that she'd contacted him when we first entered.
Hmm.
My
Interesting.
family doesn't even know much about her, or at least not much that they kept as public information.
Mm-hmm. Also, there is one tiny little yet slightly important detail for Soma that I think you forgot to mention from Waffle House.
Hang on.
Yeah. You can. I don't know if DM is here, but you can try to roll to remember.
DM is here. DM is eating nachos.
DM is eating nachos.
Hang on, let me check
DM is
my
hungry.
notes, because I should have...
Also, I
Yeah.
will add, Liam and Minerva are here, so you can have advantage on those rolls, because I'm sure they can help fill in gaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna look at Pridwin's notes first, because I should have that information in here.
You see, if Apollyon was here, he would just do it, but he's kind of, yeah. So.
Yeah, I might not have taken those notes. I've kind of had to stop taking notes because I was losing track of all of them. Oh shit! Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna make the memory roll with advantage.
All right.
17.
Go for it.
DM.
I don't know what you're referring to. I just
Oh,
got back from nachos, so.
Hold on a sec. I guess I'll do the counter roll.
Hmm?
Okay, yeah, that passes. Apollyon told you that Mephisto is searching for Soma.
Oh, that I completely forgot about. Yes. Apollyon's arch nemesis in a sense. Mephistopheles is looking for you.
You know,
And that's a problem, because that is a greater demon who actively wants to find you.
and is the very one who killed Death.
Yes.
Hmm.
So, we have some pretty serious problems.
Well, yes, most certainly. Well, I'll definitely keep that one in mind. Now, where's this girl who likes weapons? Oh, and thank you for catching me up.
Of course. I believe Ikara, the last time that I saw her was in one of the large library rooms.
Hmm.
Although
You,
I'm not sure where she might have moved.
Mm-hmm.
She is no longer in the library room.
All right. She will begin.
You do hear sword
Looking.
fighting, though.
Ah, well, she does like weapons, doesn't she?
Our friend did mention that she enjoyed sparring with her companion.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to go towards the sword fighting.
You end up in another courtyard, and you see, if you look in the face claims, it's the creepy ass bird with the creepy ass helmet.
Oh, the fucking bird.
He is using that, like, sword, which looks like it has soft feathers on the end, but they are not soft. The blade is actually designed to look like feathers, but it is not
Oh.
soft at all.
Hmm.
So yeah, he is fighting Ikara, the girl you were looking for. And Ikara is actually wielding it looks to be just a regular sword of her own.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So yeah, they're hanging out. They're vibing. They're doing stuff.
Yes.
Hmm.
Soma is watching.
Also, Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh.
Ikara's winning. Ikara just critted.
Oh,
Ikara's beating the shit out of this bird.
this bird is not having a good time.
But it's not in the way that, like, don't get me wrong. She's beating the shit out of this bird, but this bird is good. This
Mhm.
bird could give you a run for your money.
Oh.
And she is destroying him.
Interesting.
In fact, she does this huge, like, flourishing feint. And ends up, somehow, with him on his back and her straddling his chest with her blade against his throat. Like, it happens in the span of, like, 2 seconds. And all of a sudden, they're in this position on the ground.
Ah.
The bird slowly moves his gloved hand and smacks on the ground twice. She removes her blade from him. Grinning smugly, she looks up and realizes that she's had an audience this whole time. Oh. You again. Referring to Pridwin.
Apologies for the intrusion. Another one of my friends wished to speak to you.
Yeah, I've been getting that a lot.
Well,
I don't know why, though.
I heard you were interested in weapons, and that piqued my own interest.
What is it with you new people and weapons?
Most of us are weapons.
Really?
At least half of us. I'm one also. Well,
Soma,
two.
Her
Three,
face
actually.
lights up.
Although I've
Soma-
never been able to turn into the third one.
Soma almost like elegantly places his hand on Sadie and transforms into his weapon.
Sadie
Also,
flourishes you around. Which weapon?
honestly, just for looks, I really want to show off the Medusa blade.
Alright, all up.
Alright, and I'm going to send a face claim of it. I'll just send it in the character sheets.
Or you could, I was gonna say put it in art either way.
True.
There's a weapon art tab also, like
Oh shit! Here, hold on. Let me just.
weapon forms for the artists is the title of
Yeah.
the.
I forgot that one. All right. There is
There you
Medusa
go.
Blade
Yeah, so
for the
that
first
is
time.
that is the Medusa Blade. You have never seen this before, Pridwin. You didn't even know he had this.
Oh, I've never seen that one before.
The girl in front of you, she is staring like intimately at this blade.
I've picked up new tricks since I've been gone.
She's like scrabbling for a pen and paper. She immediately starts drawing. Pridwin, you were reminded of Katya and her fevered interest and dedication when she finds a muse. And she's gone. She's totally focused now. So.
Yeah.
Well,
Mhm.
I'm just trying to think of what to do.
Mhm. Hmm.
While this is happening, I will remind you that you have Narcissa, who is very anxious about Katya figuring out where they are.
Yeah.
You might want to address that too.
Pridwin's going to look over to Narcissa and say, do you think we should find somewhere that would be safe in case she isn't particularly happy about this?
Yeah. That seems wise.
I'll see if we can find a remote garden or something.
You look around and you end up finding the same place that Lunala was when you first found her. That wide pond. By the way, Lunala has been silent this whole time. Very, very much, not standoffish, but reclusive,
On edge?
withdrawn into herself.
As they're heading over there, Pridwin will look over to her and say, is everything alright?
No.
I mean, I understand. That was a terrifying and confusing encounter.
I could feel it, Bridwin. It was right there. It's like that blade was meant for me. Like it's a part of me and it wants to be back where it belongs. That's the same blade that caused it last time.
But this time, it's in the hands of someone who doesn't intend to use it.
She did.
But that changed.
For the moment. But who's to say that that thing carrying it or someone else doesn't find out that both of us are right here and try and use it?
We won't let that happen.
Right. She just glances away from you. Narcissa it is just you two and Kat and Narcissa. So you guys are in this isolated area now by the edge of the very large pool. There are fish swimming.
On the bright side, we'll be able to talk with Kat soon.
I'm not sure she's going to be pleased about that.
Hopefully she'll understand.
Yeah, I agree with her. I don't think she's going to, Narcissa says. I hope you're prepared to pull her back if she snaps. And before she even lets you answer, the purple starts to fade from Katya's eyes.
Oh boy. Pridwin takes a deep breath, getting ready.
Sissa, what was that for?
Katya?
She starts rubbing her eyes. You know I hate it when you do that. That was so long. I was so bored in there and... She looks around. Sissa, where are we?
Hello,
She's looking out, like,
Katya.
at the water. She's not facing you. And she hears your voice and she just goes rigid.
She, apologizes, but unfortunately, it was important that you were here.
Katya whirls around to look at you. Redwin?
Hey, Katya.
Where am I? Where's Dad?
You're in Russia. Soma is too, but your father stayed behind.
No. No, we were supposed to stay together.
Katya?
We were supposed to be together. We weren't supposed to get split up again like this.
Katya, listen to me. Things came up. There wasn't much of a choice, but you'll be back together.
You don't know that. You don't know that. He said that last time. Mom almost died last time we got split up. What's to say that I'm not gonna lose him, or her, or both of them?
You have to trust them, Katya.
Soma's going to notice that the others are gone and sort of put a hold on his little thing with the weapons girl, and he's going to head back over to where he assumes everyone else
You
is.
can hear the shouting as you start
Yeah.
to look. It's drawn attention.
Mm-hmm.
Katya has taken a step back from you, actually hitting the edge of the water. Stepping back into the water, stepping back on the water. She is standing on the water's surface. You've never seen her do this in real life before. She's stumbling backwards. She's gripping at the sides of her skull, and tears begin to drain from her eyes, but they're not regular tears. They are dark liquid.
Katya. He's going to step forward, and he's going to use his ability to also walk on the water. You need to trust them to be able to take care of themselves, even without you there.
She's not listening to you.
It's not forever. Actually, it's more of a short trip. The organization knows. They know. It was Narcissa's choice.
She's having a freak out on the
Katya?
water, just backing further and further away.
Fredwin's going to try and pick her up.
You try to pick her up, and it's like trying to wrangle a cat that doesn't want to be picked up.
He will stop when she doesn't let him pick her up, but he will continue to hold on to her.
You get a look at her, and you notice that she's also banged up. I mean, you saw the bandages on Soma. She's got wear and tear that definitely wasn't there before.
You all have made it this far. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. It will take a lot more than any one thing would be able to muster to put your father down. You need to be able to trust them to be able to take care of themselves. You can't.
She at this point has stopped fighting you.
There will
Soma.
be-
Oh, sorry.
There will be times when you can't be with everyone, when you can't watch over the people you care about. And it will be difficult, and it will be painful, and you will be constantly asking yourself, what if I never see them again? But you have to trust them to be okay without you.
Our attention among the Black Vanguard has to be split, Katya. Things are moving faster than expected. And you are one of the key players in this.
Let's see if something happens. Hold on. Oh shit. I critted
Oh,
again.
shit.
Okay.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Interesting. How's this gonna work? Fredwin, you notice something odd.
Mm-hmm.
You're holding onto Katya. Are you making skin-to-skin contact with her?
Yeah.
With what and where?
I mean, I'd assume his hands?
Okay. Probably on her
And
like
he's-
shoulders or her arms or something.
Yeah, he's like
Yeah, that
trying to
checks out.
hug her
Okay.
right now.
So here's what happens. You feel a strange tingling sensation, like moving against your skin. It's almost like when Lunala touched you yesterday.
Oh boy.
Your energy is being drawn from you somehow. And
Katya?
for just a moment, you see something in her. Lightning arcs from her fingertips against your skin.
Katya.
Without warning, you are struck with the same type of electric shock that Lunala hit you with when you were children. The same type that burned and forever scarred your face. Comes from the child in your hands. It is so strong and so powerful that you are forced to let go of her, and without warning, so startled, Katya disappears beneath the surface of the water. She just sinks all of the sudden.
He's immediately diving in.
Do you have the capacity to dive in after getting electrocuted by
Yeah.
an opposite current?
Yeah,
Fair enough.
he's a chunky boy. He can take some pretty serious damage.
She is sinking deeper and deeper, almost like a lead weight. And you see, weirdly, there seems to be electricity moving along the surface of her skin for a moment, moving out into the water threateningly. And then it's gone.
He's going to try and grab her.
You easily do. She is not conscious.
He's going to bring her back to the shore.
You get back to the shore, and she's just dead weight in your arms. There's no hint of the strange electricity. You still feel the sting from it, though.
Soma sort of crouched down over the water, sort of gestures to Sadie, and he says, Narcissa really needs to be a better role model about these things.
I don't think Narcissa really cares.
That's the problem. Though, she certainly does care. Not very good at showing it.
Can Fridwin make like a medicine check to make sure she's stable?
She is stable.
Okay. Fridwin, completely ignoring the fact that he's currently steaming and probably still arcing with electricity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in fact, like, Lunala, like, says your name quickly, like, Fridwin, and puts a hand on your shoulder and immediately is electrocuted herself. She jolts backwards and grips at her hand.
I'm okay,
You
but
shocked
are you?
me. You've never shocked me before. Why did that hurt?
That wasn't my electricity.
What are you talking about? Pridwin, you're an electric type. That's your power.
Yeah, I
You-
suppose I should mention, Katya's changed over the last month or so.
Lunala, you remember how I got my scar, correct?
We were together, and my moonlight abilities heightened your oceanic abilities, and your body reacted.
I don't know if that's quite how this worked, but she shocked me.
Wait. Katya's never been able to use electric abilities, right?
Well, she is a Meister. They don't typically do that.
I think she
But
used.
she's a witch.
Indeed.
I think she used my abilities.
That
I
doesn't
felt-
make any sense, Liam says from behind you.
I felt a draining sensation for only a moment, and then I was electrocuted.
Wait.
Ability absorption.
If I were to guess,
Wasn't that what Narcissa's sisters could do? They were the originals. They were designed that way to be able to... how did he word it? Do you guys not remember this story?
I recall the story of the sisters, but could they imitate someone's magic?
Death
Well-
created them she's like trying. She and like Liam at the same time are like helping each other try to remember. Like,
Yeah,
Death
Soma rolled
created
a
them. What did you say?
Soma rolled a natural 20 to remember.
Yeah. So basically, I'm trying to remember if I told you guys the story or not. I feel like I did.
Some
I
of it.
don't think.
Hold on.
I mean, you gave us the story that they were
Hold on.
created by death, and they were supposed to be like the protectors of humanity, and then they got bored because it never ended.
Yep. But do you remember how they were created? Like what they were created to do?
Weren't they made from magic, like literally?
They were meant to
Yes,
sustain
and
magic.
they were created as beings who could absorb and take away the abilities of the other magic wielders in order to keep the balance.
It was basically a backdoor, an escape, in case something bad happens.
They were supposed to keep the peace by being the ultimate beings who could absorb and utilize any magic, and therefore take out any user.
So she just accidentally absorbed some of my magic.
Well, I should mention, if Katya did what we all think she did, that is a very, 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 very big deal. And I think we should probably be taking this a
Liam
little
and
more
Minerva are
seriously.
freaking the fuck out right now.
Soma is as careless as he usually is, but
Liam is losing his mind. So you're telling me she did what one of the fucking twins is capable of doing?
man,
To a
And-
degree, yes.
and for some reason that prophecy says I'm supposed to be the one to set those twins free. What's the purpose?
I'm sorry. Are none of you bothered by this? Liam's like pacing back and forth, like tearing at his hair.
I've had a long month and a half.
I have bigger problems to worry about.
Bigger problems than the fact that a 9-year-old just did something that one of the original beings in existence did.
Well,
Like
other than
the
that.
fact that that 9-year-old isn't okay right now, yes.
Liam's lost to his panic.
Soma walks up to Liam and says, "Don't worry about it. He's very empathetic."
Oh my god.
Anyway, we'll deal with the possibly world-ending witch powers later.
So yeah. That's currently what's happening. Everybody's freaking out.
Mm-hmm.
You're holding Katya. Lunala's also freaking out.
Mhm.
What do you want to do?
Good question. I'm trying to decide if I want to make a decision.
Oh? I mean, decisions are cool.
It didn't seem like there was any black blood shit influencing her, was it?
Originally it was, yes. Because, like I said, she had it running out of her eyes instead of tears.
Yeah. Fredwin's getting a little sick of the black blood making everybody suffer.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm considering the possibility that he might make a bad decision.
Oh.
Oh fuck! Wait, black blood decisions are supposed to be relegated to Soma. What are you gonna do?
I mean, Fredwin's general solution to everything that he doesn't understand. I'm considering the possibility of trying to go in there and punch the demon.
Oh, so you see about that. I've already tried that.
Yeah,
But if
Pridwin
you want to
doesn't
go ahead and do
know.
it, yeah, if you want to go ahead and do it, go ahead. But I've already tried. And specifically Katya's demon. Yeah, that one is not fun.
I mean,
That's just some, me knowledge. But you can go ahead and try if you want.
let me see if Pridwin possesses the degree of restraint that is required.
Um, yeah.
Soma, do you want to do anything about this?
The
Well,
fact
Soma
that
doesn't.
Pridwin is holding Katya's body and looking like he's gonna murder somebody, and also is being actively electrocuted still.
Yeah. Soma is going to immediately. I'm gonna roll speed to see how fast I can just immediately appear there.
Mm-hmm.
So, hold on. I'm gonna pull out my dice.
I mean, you're like right next to him, aren't you?
I think I'm across the water, aren't I?
No, you guys are on the shore next to each other.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
shit.
you're like right next to me.
Okay. Well, in that case, he walks up and he says, I know what you're thinking, and don't try it.
What do you mean?
The demons within that blood. I've been at war with them for well over a year now. Almost 2. They don't stop. The only reason Sadie is as fine as she is now is, well, you were there when that happened.
There has to be something we can do. If I can just go in there and... His fist is clenched, but...
I've tried. And, well, legally I'm supposed to be the one to deal with them, and even I can't. I have to keep them tame, because I cannot get rid of them.
There has to be something.
Well, don't say I said anything, but there happens to be a blood witch on the premises.
Dun dun dun.
And he steps back away.
I
You didn't hear it from me, however.
have an idea.
I am once again asking for your attention.
Although I'm not entirely sure it will work, even if he'd be willing to help us.
Well, I didn't hear it from you, but what's your idea?
If my ability to heal, I can... Let me try and start from the beginning.
I just had a horrible idea, and I hope you're not thinking of what I'm thinking of. But I
The
want to
black-
hear it. Let's go.
The black blood spreads throughout the body, replacing all of the normal, healthy blood within a person.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible to remove this blood using exorcism wavelengths, however, that would kill the person because they wouldn't have any blood left.
Mm-hmm.
If we were able to drain the blood, isolate it from new blood, and
Oh my god.
stimulate the production of healthy blood,
It's exactly what I was thinking.
it would be a process I wouldn't want to do. Certainly not as a trial on a child.
And I will say you will need, in order to do a transfusion, you would need witch blood.
Well, not exactly. I can encourage the body to produce its own blood. If we were to remove the infected blood and keep it from spreading towards new blood that's produced, we could create... I could create blood that was healthy. However, the problem is that this procedure would be agonizing. And we wouldn't be able to use anesthetic due to the nature of the black blood and the fact that during the process, blood will be flowing throughout the entire body.
You also have to consider that it is very much attached to her soul.
And that's why I think even with the Blood Witch, we wouldn't be able to do it here. We'd need a very, very capable exorcist as well as me and the witch.
I'm not assuming the witch wants to help you, Liam says from behind you.
Precisely.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think she'll help. Well, unless I pull the Narcissa card again.
Or unless Apollyon has a favor left. But it seems like he might have exhausted all of those.
I'm not exactly sure, but also he's kind of catatonic, and I don't know where he is.
I think he's still on top of the... like...
He's not.
He's not
He
any
moved?
longer. If you recall, Soma asked him to be whisked away.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Fredwin wasn't sure how quickly that was going to be done, so he just assumed that he was still catatonic up there.
No, if he was, then there would be a battle between him and whatever powerful being is nearby, so...
Oh boy.
Yeah, no.
Well... if through some miracle we were able to get her assistance, we would need someone to be able to separate the blood of the demon from the soul while the blood is being removed and while new blood is being pumped through.
Well, that could work.
Do you know how crazy this sounds? Liam says from behind you.
But
Yeah.
it is crazy. And
Granted, crazy does usually work with this group.
also
True,
more
but
than
also,
a slight
I don't think
deviation.
you're in a position to make that kind of call. I think that's kind of a her mom or dad type of decision.
Yes, which is why I don't think it's... if we had someone else who was infected, then I would feel more comfortable, but I don't want to try an experimental treatment that I already know is going to be risky
On her.
on her.
Well,
Which means, unfortunately for now, it's simply theory crafting.
indeed. And I think we should leave it alone for now.
Yes.
Katya will manage. She always does. She's an Ashford.
For now, what she needs is to be able to temper herself.
Katya? Yeah.
let's be honest here. I don't think that's going to happen. Not
Well,
at least my age.
if it doesn't soon, then I fear she isn't going to be able to deal with it for much longer.
Well, quite the reunion we've had here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Also, to any of the party that has, well, that knows I'm me, don't tell the others yet.
May I ask why?
I have my reasons. I would rather do it in person.
All right.
Also, after this mission is over, there's things I'm going to have to discuss with the rest of you.
Like what? Liam says, giving you a hard look.
I'm not sure how I should put it, but our time here is limited to capacity. I will help you complete your mission here in Russia, but I can't really be seen at the academy, or I shouldn't.
Okay. Liam says.
So that's one thing that hasn't changed.
Also,
Yes.
quick question, Soma.
Uh huh.
I don't know if you remember this, but you recently met someone who may have a connection to someone Liam knows.
Yes. Yes.
I just didn't know if you forgot about that or not.
Mm-hmm. He looks over to Liam and he says, I met someone that you've known before, by the way.
Who? You know me. You always told me I never had any friends besides you guys. He's kind of blowing you off.
Siri.
He freezes. What you can see of his face gets pale. I'm sorry, I must have heard you wrong. You must be mistaken, he says, and quickly turns away from you.
You heard me.
Liam, Minerva says. He starts trying to walk away from you.
She told me what happened between you two.
He stops again.
It must have been hard.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sure Siri does.
She's still alive?
Yes. Actually, I saved her life not that long ago.
He nods a little. The movement's terse and fast because of how tense he is.
As well as the alternate persona that lives within her.
His fingers begin to tremble a bit.
The celestial that lives within her. I spoke with her as well.
He doesn't say anything. He refuses to look at you.
Just know, if you ever need revenge on anyone, or anyone to talk to, I'm here, Liam.
Liam immediately walks off. Post haste. What the fuck was that about? Minerva says, turning to look at both of you.
It's better you don't know for now. I feel like he should be
I
the one
think
to
the
tell you.
fuck not, she says, looking at you.
It's not my
I'm-
right to tell all of you. It's his.
I'm just as confused as she is.
Well, I'm not taking this lying down, she says, and starts walking after Liam.
Well, if you would like to know, ask him yourself. I'm just relaying some information that I learned. Also, the academy in Japan is quite the sight.
Oh.
Lunala, standing off to the side, murmurs, "Don't just skip over that like we didn't just completely traumatize Liam."
And less traumatized. He already had the trauma. No more dredging it up, but mostly just wanted to let him know that his friend is okay. I'll wait until he is ready to speak.
Judging by that reaction, I'm not sure that'll be in our lifetime. And she turns away from you and walks out onto the surface of the water away from you guys.
I have a way of convincing people, specifically him.
And it is just you two.
Well,
And Kat, but, you know.
Yeah.
as you were saying,
Oh, well, nothing of particular interest. Things have been crazy over in Japan.
I gathered. What exactly has been going on over there? As much as you can share.
Well, girls have been getting regularly kidnapped. And it's at these bars around the city that they do. I discovered their location and we hunted them down. And we found Siri, the only survivor among the group. The rest of them, well, I just heard hearsay from Douglas, but were essentially butchered.
I see.
I was supposed to be getting ready for a mission to use myself as bait, but, well, you see that hasn't happened yet?
And you wound up going over here.
Yes.
Well, hopefully you aren't kept. Hopefully Douglas isn't kept waiting for too terribly long.
Oh, well, we'll see.
Although I have a feeling our mission in Russia is probably going to take a while.
I can see that. So, the wolf, huh? That mission's been sitting there for a while.
And now it's a much bigger problem than any of us could have ever anticipated.
I can see that. This The group looks like a wreck.
We've been out in the wild, dealing with pretty much constant danger
Uh-huh.
and discoordination. Apollyon's falling apart.
Yes.
Pidge is in a concerning mental state, and I have been hearing the voices of my family screaming at me constantly since we got here.
Hmm. You too, huh?
Yep.
Anyway,
Wait, what do you mean, you me too?
sisters and mom. Anyway, hmm. There was something I was going to say. No, well, I forgot.
Hmm.
Damn, well, I forgot what I was going to say.
Rip.
Yeah.
Rip.
Well, what guided you all to take the wolf mission in the first place?
Well,
There was the signal, of course, but
Soma wanted, or not Soma, sorry, Solon wanting, well, having personal ties with it definitely influenced our decision, on top of the fact that it had become as serious as it has been.
I see.
Furthermore, it's beginning to look more and more like this has connections to all of us.
Hmm.
This group is working with the wolf, wants information that Pidge possesses, and might have some connection to some of my family history.
Well, let's hope they weren't expecting my sudden arrival.
I don't think they would be, but hopefully not.
Is there any named suspects yet? Enemies?
Hmm. Well, in terms of the group that is responsible for the disease, we know that there's some sort of company or cult or something that uses a honeycomb symbol, but none of us recognize it, nor do we have a name. We know that it has some connection to a witch who has some ability that's allowing her to manipulate the insects.
Let's see.
Once again, not something that I'm familiar with.
My resources from the organization are, well, all but nothing out here in this dead zone, but I'll try to do what research I can.
Yes, I need to do a lot of research as well, but hopefully we'll start getting some answers. Once we speak with the spy master, we should have a lot more information than we came in with.
Mhm.
At least about this side of the border.
Mhm. And yes, I will expand my repertoire and to come up with strategies on how to deal with this whole thing.
That would be a good idea.
Mhm. I wish Douglas were here. There were some combat strategies I wanted to test with him, but we're going to be split up for a little while.
I hope not for too terribly long, considering Katya's state.
Mhm. Well, I've always been the sole survivor, so I'll make it through.
Fallout 4 music starts playing in the background.
Dun dun.
War.
War never changes.
Oh god.
uh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Is there anything else you guys want to go over?
Soma's probably going to just find a isolated little area with Sadie and just begin plotting things as he usually does. He
You
is
can
the
do that.
schemer. Mhm.
I do still have something for Pridwin, but I can wait
Yeah.
until you guys are done.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't
yeah,
I don't think Pridwin needs to do anything immediately.
yeah.
Apart from deal with the unconscious child that you're holding.
Yeah, I suppose I should probably take her to one of the guest rooms. I wonder if anyone's in there, as I would prefer if she was monitored.
Everyone who's usually on Katya duty is gone.
I suppose that I'm on Katya duty this time.
I mean, you are pretty isolated. It's just you and her and Lunala in the area right now, so I mean, you're
Yeah.
safe.
Mhm.
But I would like to not have to carry her around everywhere.
So put her down.
Are there like comfortable couches around?
I mean,
Just lay her down next to where Soma is.
I wouldn't say couches. There's probably like benches or something out there.
Yeah,
Aesthetically pleasing.
he'll find a nice bench to set her down on near where Soma is.
Deposited child on bench. Great.
The child has been deployed. There we go.
You do so. It is still just you guys out here. What would you like to do?
Mhm.
I mean, Ridwin doesn't really have anything he needs to do immediately.
You can feel through the ring that your partner is not.
Not doing great?
No.
Yeah. Ridwin doesn't need the ring to know that. He's trying to be reassuring to her.
I mean, are you gonna go out there to her?
Yeah.
So you walk out using your ability to walk on the surface of the water again, and you get out towards the center of this pool, and you can see her trying to do what she was doing earlier with Rila. You can see that she is laying on the surface of the water, trying to focus, but the more focus she puts into it and the harder she tries, the more the water around her ripples and gets disturbed, and the more frustrated she is getting.
He's going to walk out to her and put a hand on her shoulder.
She stills.
Rila said that I would be a distraction, but perhaps I can help you focus.
I don't understand why it's so difficult. She told me that I'm blocking my source subconsciously. That I don't want to use it. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not actively trying to sabotage myself. I don't understand.
Perhaps we need to figure out what your source is.
I mean, I think it's
Un-
obvious.
Unfortunately, I'm not very magically inclined.
Think about it, Pridwin. What am I?
So your source is the moon.
She nods a little.
So we need to figure out why you wouldn't want to draw power from it.
Roll me an intelligence check.
Mm-hmm. 18?
You are temporarily reminded of something.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, several somethings. Moments ago, when Lunala started to use it, Rila made a comment.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing you're reminded of. The second thing you're reminded of is being in that forest with that werewolf. The very first time you saw her change. And then that day when you were dealing with Siren Head and the witch. What did all of those things have in common?
I was in danger.
That's weird.
It would seem that you only draw from it to protect me.
She glances away.
Lunala.
Yeah.
Fridwin's going to put his hand out to her.
She takes it.
You need to remember that this isn't just about me. You don't need to just protect me. It's about us. You need to be able to protect yourself as well. To draw upon that power for yourself.
My
It
whole
is
life they told me not to. They told me to hide it. 'Cause if people found out.
But you are not alone now. And you're stronger. You can protect yourself, and I can help.
I'll try. Lunala takes you, grips you in her hand in that way where you feel the pull. the pull of a weapon to a capable Meister's palm.
He'll transform.
Into what?
I mean, I'm assuming she's trying to wield him,
Uh-huh.
so he's going to turn into the wrist blade.
You are successful. You are holding she is rather holding your wristblade form. She's managing to remain focused and stand on the surface of the water while doing so. Now what?
Now, well, perhaps it's like a dance.
You know I'm bad at dancing.
Well, you simply have to learn. If you want, I can lead.
She gives you a skeptical look as you are a wrist blade.
It's metaphorical.
Okay.
Just follow the steps. And Pridwin's going to try and kind of, I guess, resonate.
You two are resonating at max capacity.
And I am going to, for the flavor of it, use an ability.
Okay.
Whoa, what the fuck happened to Pridwin's stats? Why is there like a range from 10 to 11?
What do you mean?
There's beneath Pridwin's HP.
Oh, what the hell?
You see it?
Oh, I didn't do
I'm
that.
so confused.
That was not me. Were you doing math?
No, I don't even know how that happened.
Here, let me fix it by just, there you go, and then...
Erase it from reality. Pretend it never existed.
There you go! It never happened!
Where... I did not want to add the Z at the end of that.
Oh my god.
Looking for... Moon Waltz.
Oh, I forgot that existed. Hold on.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not an ability that necessarily gives us a buff, but the flavor.
And to be fair, it's probably evening time by now with everything that's been going on anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Yeah, so you guys start to waltz. Resonating is like breathing to you. You don't even think about it, it just happens. And the exhaustion that you felt, it's still there, but it seems a little bit less now. There's somebody watching you from the bank. Actually, there's probably multiple people watching you now, considering what's happening. In fact, most of the people in this castle have not seen a person transform into a weapon. So there are people looking out on you, but one of them most of all is Rila. She's watching you with interest. And then she moves a hand, and suddenly swirling up from the waters around you, multiple figures made out of water, taking humanoid shapes. So she has no problem refilling when you're, how do I put this, a target. The humanoid figures all turn to face her.
Don't focus on them. Focus on me.
It's kind of hard not to focus on them when they're moving towards us threateningly.
I'll lead. Don't fear for me. Fear for us. Fight for us.
Okay.
And Pridwin's going to continue to try and, like, lead in this sort of dance.
You continue leading. The water figures begin to attack. First, nonsensically, but as you go, they become more and more coordinated. And then, I'm trying to think of how this would play out. Rila has been like watching your moves with interest. She says, "You're good, I'll give you that. But he's doing all the work. Let's see how you react if I..." And without warning, one of the watery figures manifests at the edge of the pool and makes a dart for Katya.
Oh boy.
Oh, what?
Lunala's eyes darken, and there is a moment where she is standing in the center of the pool and has been dodging with you. 1 second, Pridwin, you are there in the center of the pool. The next second, you are in front of Katya. And your blade has clashed with the watery blade of the figure.
Soma's currently just leaning back and putting his feet up on the table, unflinching.
Don't focus on me, Lunala. Focus on the rhythm.
That is more like it, Rila says from beside you. Now do it again. And another figure manifests, this time moving after Soma. In the blink of an eye with such high speed, and 1 second you're there in front of Katya, and the next you are in between Soma and the watery figure.
Would you like to do something, Soma?
Is this combat?
He's just got his feet up with his hands behind his head.
No,
Lunala's
he's
literally
like-
blocking the weapon from hitting him. It's like an inch away from his face.
like
There's just a
I
knife, like, right next to his face, and he looks up and is like,
so like he's currently just reading his book. He is aware that like the dance thing is going on. He just didn't know it was like active combat. And he like looks up and he says, "What, you guys actually need help?"
I think you're the one who needs help right now.
I'm not too worried about myself. He closes the book and stands up and he says, "Where do you want me?"
Not getting stabbed?
She's literally keeping this water creature from stabbing you.
He sits back down.
Oh my god.
Interesting. Now let's see what happens if I... And without warning, another watery figure appears and moves for Katya at the same time as a second watery figure manifests and moves for Liam, who has resurfaced kind of begrudgingly to come check on Kat. So now there are two figures moving in opposite directions, and for a second you feel Lunala just panic.
Focus on the rhythm.
Without giving time for anything, you are airborne. You are no longer being held by your wife. You strike the watery figure that is going for Liam with perfect precision, and it dissipates. Liam is staring at you wide-eyed.
How are you doing?
You turn to look, and the water... Lunala has put herself in between the figure and Katya, and it has actually cut her. The water itself has rended her skin open. She threw an arm up, but it caught her shoulder, down her arm, and her torso, and she is now bleeding. But Rila looks amused. And with that success, because she's rolling really well, all of that to say you have learned a new ability, Bridwin.
Oh?
Yeah. You now know how to use Shield You from the Darkness.
Oh shit.
I do need to temper it a little bit for combat, but that's your new ability.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Someone's still just leaning back.
Yeah, so you get your new ability.
Thank you.
Yep, that was the one thing I was going to allow you to do in this whole session today that I had planned for. Is there anything else that y'all want to do?
I think pretty much everything else I'm gonna save for the main session.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Soma
Do
will
you
save
have
his...
any questions that I am capable of answering?
Not for me. Right now I'm just... Yeah, I don't really have any questions. But I am working on some stuff for Soma, but I'll definitely discuss that with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I think I don't have any questions for the moment.
Okay. Damn, I'm surprised my brain handled that.
Yeah.